Yeah, hello,
So
sir.
somebody should, yes, please.
Yeah, we have a thematic geography platform. I don't know whether we carry to that one.
I was also joined one platform, but later on I was told that platform is for Mr. Atia, who is supposed to teach. Another monitor came there, so I've left that platform. So I don't know if that's why I said that the one that you have, you can either add me on that or you just DM anyone there so I can send it to you and then you upload on your platform. As time goes on, we will reconcile ourselves and make the thing better.
Please, your number.
Hello, zero
Please,
two four
please
two
say 0242
175
175
375.
375. Please, again, sir.
Some of us are not on the thematic platform that he's talking about. So I think the main social service platform will help us.
Yes, I think so.
So
Please,
take my number and add me so that I will send it to you. Zero two four
okay.
two 175 375.
Missy.
I'm thinking it should be posted on the main social studies platform.
Laptop in lunch or what doing one?
Hello, Mr. Jima.
Let's see. Hey, you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Jima.
Hello, sir.
See,
Yes, sir. Please, respectfully, as part
also
of the
phone.
timetable and the link,
But for now, no,
there
all
is a
banner
link
paying no
attached to
problem.
your name and your course. If we
You are
can,
starting to love
a WhatsApp link attached to your name and your course. I don't know whether we've all seen it. If we can all click
laptop
on
in
that
the
link,
only charger and so on
join
down.
that one, then you can post it there.
Okay, I think that's fine.
That is the yes. Uh, that is cohort timetable link or social studies link third cohort. That's the name of uh, 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 that file.
Yes,
And
I think I did
on it
not
is
receive that far. The other one was the one I rather received. So I'll check. Maybe I misconstrue it. So I'll check and do the needful. Sorry for that.
okay, sir.
Okay. Class, I think it's done now. So, kindly let's open our slides to the one with the lesson one, and then we proceed from there. Senior members, as I told you, please mute yourself, and then you can listen to the audio, and your colleagues can also listen to it, and then we move on with that.
Those who have gotten the slides to please send to the group for us, please.
Because I'm not on any group, so how do I get access to it?
Okay, please. I
Not
think
on
as
any
the class is ongoing, it's likely you will get it. So kindly be patient, and then let's hope that in the next 10 minutes you will have them, and then we proceed with that. Those who are not on any group, please, I think you can look for one from the behind, and then you WhatsApp the person or you send the person hi, and then you add you. That will make the work easy for us for today. Okay.
Please, you have been added to the group of Yoso Watiku
Okay.
social
Yeah.
studies. So please, you can send the slides to us.
I'll do so.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, please. It's ongoing.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Please.
Unfortunately, the main group that we belong to, the administrators made the group limited to only the administrator to put information on them. So I'm finding it difficult to put the information on that platform, the main one.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think today is our first meeting, and so we are likely to But I say we witness one or two hitches here and there. But let's give ourselves some few minutes and writing will be done. Everybody will get access to the soft copy, and then the class will proceed smoothly. So be patient with us, and you will get the slides. Don't worry at all. So in the course of the teaching, maybe during the break time too, I'll go over and then see where we can make changes to make the class okay. So kindly let me proceed with the class. Those who are having it, please, behind the scene, kindly interact among yourselves and then share it, and then let's move on. That will be okay. Right. So as I told you, this morning we are going to do lesson 1 to lesson 2. The entire thematic geography book is supposed to be lesson 1 to lesson 8. And so because we are using 4 meetings, it means for every meeting, we need to do 2 lessons to make the class be able to cover all of them. So we are starting with lesson 1. For lesson 1, we are talking about the country called Ghana. And here we are looking at it in terms of location, size, and some basic facts and history about Ghana, right? When we say thematic geography, basically we are talking about description of a location. And the location here, we are talking about a small portion of the earth called Ghana, or a country, Ghana. And here we are going to describe Ghana in terms of location. That's where it is located. Okay. In terms of location, you normally use what is called SY coordinate. That's longitude and latitude to determine or to locate points. And then we also talk about the size, how big Ghana is. And then we talk about some basic facts about Ghana. Then we talk about history, maybe small history about Ghana, especially with respect to where people came from and where they are located in Ghana. So that will be that for the heading for today, or for lesson 1. That's Ghana, location, size, basic facts, and history. So we are starting with those with the slides. It is written some interesting facts about Ghana. Okay. And here we are talking about some basic facts, things that is believed to be true, okay, or has existed and it can be proven. It's what we call facts. Facts are something that is verifiable. We can check and find it. Okay. So we say that Ghana is the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to obtain independence from colonial powers. So it is believed that some time ago, that's during the prehistoric time, okay, Ghana was under the rule of some European powers. There are so many European nations who came to Ghana and colonized Ghana. Okay, I think the last European powers to leave Ghana was that of the British, right? And it is believed that Ghana was the first to gain independence from the colonial powers. Okay, then next slide says that Ghana is positioned in the middle of West Africa. So you see, the first one is basic facts. The second one is on location. So you see that Ghana is positioned in the middle of West Africa, West African countries, right? So when you take the entire West Africa, right, here specific to West Africa, and we are saying that we are located at the middle of that. Then say that Ghana stands almost halfway on the stretch of coast from Dakar in Senegal to the southern Cameroon. Okay, so here we are talking about the longitudes, using longitudes and latitude to locate points. So the first one, we are saying that Ghana stands halfway, okay, on the stretch of coast from Dakar. Dakar is a capital of Senegal. So from around that the stretch of coast from Dakar in Senegal, and then we come to the southern Cameroon, for instance. Then you say that Ghana lies within latitude 4 degrees and 11 degrees north. Okay, so those were the slides. You see that we have 4 degrees, 30 seconds north, and then 11 degrees. So here we are talking about solely latitudes. That's the location. So when somebody asks you, where is the location, or what is the location of Ghana? Here we are talking about the SY coordinates, or we call it the axis, or we call it longitudes and latitudes. So here we say Ghana lies within latitude 4 degrees and 30 seconds north and 11 degrees north. That's in terms of latitude. And then when it comes to the longitude, Ghana lies within 1 degrees 12 seconds east and 3 degrees 15 seconds west. Okay, so when we are drawing map, or we are sketching map of Ghana, we can look at the spatial location of Ghana. But in terms of latitudes and longitudes, these are the locations, or the cardinal locations, that we can say Ghana falls within. All right. Then it says that Ghana is smaller than Nigeria or any other former French West African countries except Togo, Benin, and Senegal. So you see that when the former let's say the Europeans came to Ghana, for an example, they colonized a lot of African countries. And it is believed that in terms of size, we are comparing Ghana to other countries. And we are saying that Ghana is smaller when you compare to one of the largest colonies of the British West African countries. And that is Nigeria, for an example. And then it says that except that of Benin, Togo, and Senegal, meaning that Ghana is relatively, in terms of landmass, we are a little bit bigger than Benin, and then Togo, and then it continues. So here we are doing comparison in terms of size. So when you take Nigeria for an example, I think so far, West African country, Nigeria is the largest country in West Africa when it comes to the British West African colonies, right? That's why we are doing comparison in reference to Nigeria. Okay, then it says that, but the size of the population of Ghana comes second only to Nigeria, right? So when we are comparing it in terms of West African countries to Nigeria, has one of the highest population in the world. I think Nigeria is roughly within first 6 largest populated country in the world. So when you take into West Africa to Nigeria is the highest populated country or has one of the highest population in West Africa. And so we are saying that in terms of West Africa, we are saying Ghana is second to Nigeria. And so as it stands, the figure quoted here, which is 2010 population and housing census, is 24,658,823. Basically, this is an old data, which today we have 2021 population and housing census data, which put Ghana at 30.2 million population, right? Currently, we are around 32, 33 million population. Okay, so the data there, probably that's why it's ain't red. Okay, it's an old data, and so we need to fix it, and then we go for the current data, which will make it better. Then in terms of the area, for an example, Ghana, the area stands at 238,539 square kilometers. So here, what we have learned on this slide basically is about location. So location, please, we are talking about the longitudes and latitudes, know them. And then we can do comparison in terms of land mass. So we say that we are smaller as compared to Nigeria, and then we are bigger compared to Benin, Togo, right? So we can have these basic facts. And we are also located at the middle of some West African countries. So that's basically on this slide. Please, any question? Please, any question before I move to slide 2?
No, you continue. I can.
Okay, thank you. So next, it says that Ghana is endowed with many resources of great economic values, right? So here we are talking about some economic resources that Ghana probably bestowed by nature. And here they've mentioned some few ones. I'm going to mention names. In fact, in my class, everybody talks. Okay, so don't feel comfortable, feel ease and okay and speak. Okay, I know you are all teachers and you are teaching, and so you have been teaching all these things, and it's not going to be a big deal. Here, there's no wrong or right answer. We are all learning. Okay, good. So apart from cocoa, gold, diamond, those that has been listed here, what are some of the resources of economic value to Ghana? In fact, here I'm even interested in other renewable type and the emerging ones, the new ones that has been discovered and others. So because we are many, unfortunately, I will not be able to go back and see whose hand is up because I'm using phone. That's going to be very difficult for me. So maybe one person, you will mute yourself one after the other. They will, or you will just speak and then we are there. So let's mention some of economic resources that we have in Ghana. Anybody, yeah,
New one
mute
is
yourself and then you
lithium.
mention one.
Can we go with timber?
Manganese.
Okay, we have timber, manganese, cyanide. Okay. Any other place?
The lithium. Lithium.
Oil.
We have oil. That's so crude oil. Nice.
Rubber palm.
Rubber palm. Good. I think. Then we also have
Timber.
the one we call unexploited resources of high values. Here we are talking about those that has not been able to be exploited, but they are also of economic value to Ghana. And here we included high-grade bauxite, okay, and that of iron ore. But I think bauxite, we have some in Ghana that has been exploited. And in Ahini, for example, we have some there. And then is it Awaso also? That one too, we have some that has been exploited. But apart from bauxite, what other resources are unexploited but of important economic value to Ghana? Can you mention some of them, please?
Lithium.
Lithium, yes, good. Where is it? Where is the deposit in Ghana?
It's
I think so also.
Okay, so maybe the coastal belt of or coastal areas of Ghana. Good. Any other place?
Can we make it chippings?
Chippings.
Yeah, because Burkina comes into Ghana to get it from the Upper East region to their place. I don't know. And it's
Okay,
kind of,
that's
yeah.
also okay. Currently, is it being mined or exploited, or they are not, or they are on a basis, and we need to be on
No,
life
they are
skills. So
in the
that,
process. They are already being exploited.
oh, okay. Here we were
Yeah.
talking about those that are not exploited yet,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's
Okay.
of high value. So we call them potential natural resources. Normally, we call other one actual resources and potential resources. Potential means in future you can exploit them and make use of it.
Okay.
You get it? Uh-huh. So thank you very much for your contribution. So you can now mute yourself and we continue the class. Thank you. So here we continue to say that the Volta River project, for an example, is one of the first and the largest kind in West Africa, and it's also providing Ghana and other neighboring countries an important economic value in terms of providing electricity, water, and other things for people of West Africa. Then we come to other fact, which is socioeconomic facts. So under socioeconomic facts, it says that Ghana is classified by World Bank as lower middle income country. And this data is also an old data. That's 2013 data. And I think the entire slides will be updated going forward. Okay, good. So this is 2013. How many years old now? It's 7 plus 5. That's so much. So we will update the data and maybe give you better. So here to say that the GDP, the time of 2013 was $47.9 billion dollars, and then GNI per capita was 1,760. Okay, so this is basic economic facts. And then he said that the poverty head count at the national poverty line at the time of the survey was around 50.0% in 1992, 39.5 in 1999, and then 28.5 in 2006. And so this one too, we need current data, maybe 2024, 2025 data to give us a better perspective at the time, because this is too old for us to be used for contemporary analysis. However, it gives us the nature and then the past history of how Ghana has been, okay, or the trajectory of economic indicators or facts. Okay, then we continue. Improve water sources. That's rural, for an example, of rural population access. And so we have 81% in 2012, 79% 2011, up to 73% in 2008. Okay. And then it continues to where we have the history of Ghana. And basically, when we say the history of Ghana, we are talking about how people migrated and settled in Ghana, right? So here it says that the name Ghana was adopted at the independence in 1957. So during the independence, the name Gold Coast at the time was changed to Ghana. Okay. And it is believed that the change of the name from Gold Coast to Ghana was as a result of the strong ties that existed between the people of the country and the ancient Ghana Empire. So it is believed in the olden days, when the white came, In fact, I don't have much history to this, but the little I've learned was that Ghana used to be in isolated communities and states. And so when the white people came, especially those from the Portuguese, when they came, for an example, they saw that the coasts of Ghana or the Gold Coast at the time were so many deposits of gold. And so they called it gold. And because they came to the coast, they called it Gold Coast. So they saw the gold at the coastal areas and they said this is called Gold Coast. So the name that they gave it to it existed for some time until when Ghana got independent. Then we decided to change the name, but the name reflected where many people migrated from the ancient Ghana Empire to current location of Ghana. So there was kind of agreement, and then they adapted the name Ghana and then used it until today. We still have it, Ghana here. However, may I know any history teacher here who can give us better perspective to this? Well, I don't have much RPK to this. Can somebody help us, please? The person should unmute himself and then go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, please talk.
When in the 1971, when the Portuguese, who were the first Europeans to come to the Gold Coast, they arrived at Elmina, formerly called Edina. And then when they came, what happened was that they were amazed because they realized that every river in the country or around that area, they could find alluvial gold. That's the sulfate gold. So because of that, they named the land after the gold deposit, Gold Coast. The same way Cote d'Ivoire, they named them after the ivory, the elephant stacks they have been found there.
Sure.
So Ghana was named Gold Coast after the alluvial gold found on the coast. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's nice. Can somebody also give us history to the how we adapted Ghana, the name Ghana?
Hello, can I come in?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. We have the old Ghana Empire, which is currently occupied by Senegal, Mali, around that area. Now, the old Ghana Empire was formed by the Soninke people, and the Soninke chief was nicknamed. So the name Ghana was a nickname given to the Soninke chief, which means the warrior king or the great warrior. And then we are told that most of the ethnic groups in Ghana, like when we talk about the Akans, they migrated. They were in the old Ghana Empire and they migrated after it dissolved. We can talk about the Gonjes. They were also in Senegal around the Mandi, around the old Ghana Empire. So we realized that Kwame Nkrumah and J.B. Dankwa, when we were preparing for independence, realized that our country, which is the Gold Coast, we have so many ethnic groups coming from the old Ghana Empire, migrating from the old Ghana Empire to the current land. So why don't we, now that we are gaining independence, why don't we get our own name, a name that will fit our country? And because of that, Kwame Nkrumah and Dr. J.B. Dankwa, they looked into the history and realized that Ghana will fit us because, number one, most of the ethnic groups came from the old Ghana Empire. Number two, the country Ghana, our mineral resources and our economic activities is just like the old Ghana Empire. They had gold, they have salt, they had cotton, and we had to do all these things. So they considered this and named the land Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very great contribution to the lecture today. I'm very grateful, sir. Okay, I think to make our class more interactive, please, when you also want to talk, kindly mention your name so that the colleagues can, especially the one who spoke now, maybe someone want to contact you behind the scene and talk to you and maybe get more information. Remember, most of the lectures are centered on some small areas, but you need more information or some retrospective data to be able to understand it. Like this one, for example, it's not captured here. So when I called you or when you are speaking to it, please remember other colleagues need it. Myself, for example, I didn't have all this RPK, but I know we are from old Mali, Ghana Empire, consisting of many neighboring countries in the northern part of Africa. So that is it. So please, thank you very much, and God bless you for the contribution. So that is how Ghana got the name, or the Gold Coast name was changed to Ghana at the time. Thank you. So it continues that the accounts are believed to have entered modern day Ghana after they have gone through so many wandering environments, and then they came. So meaning they migrated from the old Ghana Empire and then maneuvered themselves and then arrived in the present day Ghana. The early accounts are believed to have settled in areas of present-day Gonjaland, as our brother said. So, meaning the people from, or the people of Gonja migrated from the old Ghana Empire, and then they maneuvered themselves and then came to present-day Ghana here. So, it is also believed that they were called Entafo. Okay, I think present they say Tafo or Entafo, like people who are new or they believe they don't like you migrate from somewhere and then you settle. So you are a new person within our midst. That's how currently we see it. Okay, but there's also history to this. The name Intafo. And so I think after next slides, I'll let somebody explain to us how the name Intafo came about. Okay, I have some small knowledge about that, but it's better teachers speak to the issue for us. So it continues that the early accounts stayed in Gonjaland areas for a period before they started moving in groups down south. Okay, so they settled in the northern Ghana and then they decided to move downwards. But when they were moving downwards, they moved in groups. They didn't move like, or all of them move at a go. So let's see how the movement happened. They say the Entafo moved in 3 groups. They were Guan, Fanti, and Tree-speaking people. Okay, and the Guans were first group to move towards the south. Okay, so after they settle in the northern for some time, they have to move and continue. So the ones were the first to have migrated or moved from the north, and then they moved to the south. Then the Fantis followed, and then the Tree-speaking people also followed, or they are the last group that moved. Okay, then it continues. The Ga Adangbe people believed to have also arrived from Nigeria about 400 years ago. Okay, when you calculate, it's not easy. So many years, so many years. So now the Akan people from Ghana Empire, old Ghana Empire. Now let's see the people who also joined them. And we said that the Ga Adangbe people, they came from Nigeria 400 years ago to also come to present day Ghana. Then the Ewe people also believed to have also migrated from either Nigeria or Benin, right? After the Gan people came. Then it is also believed that the Ghana Dangwe people and the people of the northern Ghana, okay, like the Musi, for example, the Dagbumba, the Mamprusi, and then the Gunja people, have also originally from the north, and then when they settle in northeast, present day northern Ghana. So that's where they started settling, right? So present day Ghana, when you go to the northern Ghana, especially the northeast, north, the northern part, the northeast part, you go and meet people like the Gunja people, the Musi people, the Dagbumba people, the Mamprusi people. So this is how they migrated and then settled in the northern part of Ghana. And then the Ghana people to the account speaking people to how they also moved from one place to another. They say that there was an interaction between these ethnic groups and other ethnic groups in the areas that probably referred to as West African today. So we know at the time people were just migrating and moving from one place to another to settle in new places. And people think that those days are the days that there were so many tribal wars. So if you move to one place and the area is not all that safe and conducive for you, you continue to migrate to safer places. So as you are going, then some generation will be passing, then others will continue. So that's how come the present day Ghana, we also move from old Ghana Empire, some from Benin, some from Nigeria, and then we also settle here. And so I remember some time ago when I was teaching this, and somebody said that then it appears many people of Ghana, as our brothers has also collaborated it, that we are Guan people. And so we need to adapt our local language instead of foreign language. And so why wouldn't we look for one of the account speaking language, and then we adapt? And they propose two things. One, Ewe, for instance, I'm told Ewe appear to be international language, right? And a lot of people speak it. So when you go to Germany, you go to Benin, Nigeria, and other places, the Akan, I think you can get some in Senegal, some in Mali, some few ones, but I think the prominent ones are the Gan, and then yes, I think the Gan. Sorry, the Evers, they are of major people that we can meet globally, that we can speak. In US, for example, I'm told they have some, and then many French countries, like when you go to Northern America, like Canada, for example, you have many people who speak Ewe language. And so they were proposing that you should go for the Ewes and then maybe you study them so that it become official language of Ghana. However, we are still going by the British adapted language called English. And that's what we are used to, because believed to have been the major speaking language worldwide. Okay. So that is how we migrated, and then our ancestors settled in Ghana, and we are all born from them, and today we are here. May somebody help me with history about Intafo, how the name Intafo came into being? Please, can you people hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So who is speaking to that? Intafo. How did they come by? The name Intafo. I think today people say we are 10 years, like 10 years or something like that.
Yes.
Yes. Can you help us?
The little one I know about that is when our brothers from the north, when they were coming to the southern part to look for greener pastures, they normally come two. They walk in pairs. So when the southerners saw them and they were calling them Intafo, meaning twins. That is what has become Intafo.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's exactly what I was about. Okay. Please, you can now. Okay, you've muted yourself. That's nice. Thank you very much. So we are done with the what do you call how we settle. Now we are moving on to the next one, the contact with the Europeans. How Ghana got in contact with the European nations. So it says that the Portuguese, who were also the earliest Europeans to arrive here in 15th century. So it is believed that Ghana, after we have settled, still you were not united as it is today. You were not having a central government system or a control system as we have today. So what we were having was basically like isolated states. So they used to have the Fanti, they used to have the Ashantis, and so many different tribe people. So many tribe people who were staying and then doing their own thing in Ghana. Then came the European nations. It is believed that at the time that we were struggling to have maybe a unit in the form of centralized system, the Europeans have developed so much, and they were trying to see what is existing elsewhere after beyond their environment. So there were some kind of explorations that took place in Europe, and it started somewhere in Rome, and then it continued to present day Christian Europe. Okay, and then many people were traveling, they were moving to other places. So believe that the Portuguese were the first to have arrived in Ghana. In fact, per the books, that's what they say. But it's believed that other people came before the Portuguese came, but they were those that has been documented. And so that's what we believe, and then we are taking it along with that. Then it continues that in 1482, the first castle was built in Gold Coast by the Portuguese at Elmina. Now, when you look at the first statement, when we say that the Portuguese arrived around 15th century, it will appear like around 1500, okay? But believe they came around 13 to 14. Some books say 14 to between 1400, 1500, right? So it is like a period. So the real time and then the exact date probably is unknown. So we are using a time period to designate for that. So there's no confusion between 15th centuries and 1482. Okay, so when they came, they settled and then they built what is called the castle at Elmina. So today we have Elmina Castle. Those who are familiar with Cape Coast and Elmina or along the central region coast, you see that there's one of the well-known prominent castle called Elmina Castle. Then they say that by 1598, the Dutch were in the Gold Coast to also trade. And in fact, it is believed that when the whites were coming to the when they were going for exploration, it was believed that they were going to see for knowledge, or they are seeking for knowledge. They wanted to see what is beyond them. But when they came along in contact with Ghana, those they recorded the Gold Coast, and saw that there were a lot of gold, there were a lot of diamond mineral resources. Then the focus changed from exploring for what we call knowledge for maybe trading. So they started doing the barter trade system. They started exchanging what do you call this, some goods and services with the minerals that we have them in Ghana. And one sad aspect I learned was that people were using, the Europeans were bringing us biscuits, they were bringing us toffees, they were bringing us clothing, and then we were exchanging them for an important mineral like gold, diamond, because at the time probably civilization of Ghana was low. We didn't know how we could maybe make use of the mineral resources. So whatever we have at the time, we needed to exchange them for maybe those mineral the goods and services that they were trading with. And so we went ahead with that. And the whites also used that, excuse my language, ignorance, to also exploited the people at the time, to extend that at a point when the Ghanaians or the people saw that no, the gold was even in getting to extent, and some started to hoard them. Some were putting them underground, some were digging holes and placing them in. Then the whites use another means, instigate, and then brought maybe fights, and then people have to overcome their colleagues. Then they started supplying ammunitions like gunpowders, guns, and co to go and topple the others and bring the gold. And later on, they transformed the whole system into what they called slave trade. That's after they have taken the gold and others and people were resisting, then they will instigate maybe troubles among the Africans, and then they will tell the master, if you go and you are not getting the gold, the people that you have captured, that one too we can get, bring them. And so fellow human beings, fellow Ghanaians, fellow Africans were capturing their fellow humans and selling them, unfortunately, like a commodity to the Europeans. And the Europeans took advantage of that and exploited Africans. And till date, we are still almost like captive in their hands because we are fully not independent. Somehow, politically, it appears we are not independent. almost all aspects. Economically, we are not independent. Everywhere they determine what we are supposed to do. Our budget, our everything, even official language, cultural aspects, they are there, determine everything for us. And so this is how they got in contact with us, and then they started trading with us. So it is believed that the trading attracted a lot of other European giants. So the Dutch came, the German came, so many of them. Then they started trading. And then it is believed that around 1598, for an example, the Dutch also came here. They built forts along the coastal areas. The notable ones were at Commander Fort, for an example. So those who know Commander and those who do also know, please come to Commander. Okay, we have what is known as Commander Fort. You can come and then visit it one of your free time, especially during the holidays. Visit it and then go to Elmina Castle and have fun, okay, and learn, and then go and teach your children or people around. And it's also known that around 1637, for example, they captured Elmina Castle from the Portuguese. So you see, when they came, the Dutch came, there was some kind of rivalry. People are getting more goods or resources than others, so they need to maybe find a way for them to also get more market. So they themselves started fighting among themselves. Okay, you were a foreigner, and then you come and fight on somebody's land, okay, for the minerals. And that's exactly what even human beings we do. We are all foreigners, and very soon we depart on this earth. But when we come, you fight for everything, including our life. Okay, some even die from that. And they believe that they also fought the Portuguese and captured their castle from them. Okay, that's around 1637. And then from there, that of Azim, they also have one, they call it Azim Fort. They call it St. Anthony Fort. Then many other European traders also came to Gold Coast to trade. And among them were the British, the Danish, and then the Swedish. They all came. So around 1850, for example, the Danish left the country, and then they sold all their forts and maybe the castles and other things to the British. So it is believed that around 1872, for example, the Dutch lost interest in the Gold Coast and ceded their fort to the British. And the British continued the what they called it foreign occupation in the land of Gold Coast at the time. So it is believed that the period of the Dutch occupation lasted for 274 years. Can you imagine? 200, you come and say in Ghana, you take all the mineral resources over 274 years. Not easy. And so it is believed by 1874, for example, the British were the only Europeans that were left in the Gold Coast. And then they made Gold Coast at the time a crown colony, meaning that they are part of the British what we call the political system. And so they need to use British system of administration to rule Ghana, control Ghana, and then every other aspect must pass through the hands of the British administration. And at the time, they used to have what is called the prime minister and then the governor and co. So they need to set somebody to come and stay in Ghana as a representative of the British rule. So they used to have what they call the governor. So they brought so many governors. When your term ends, it was like an appointment. They appoint you, you come. When your term ends, then you go back, another person will come. So those of you who have learned a lot about history, you will see that we have what is called Gotjesburg. So many of them, they came until independence came, and then should I say, nature being so good and God being so good, today we are a little bit free from their rule, and still we are somehow under them. Okay, so it continues that during this period, the Asantes, for example, had become very powerful states. So as I told you earlier on, there were some isolated states in Ghana, and directly or indirectly, they control much of the country. So in 1874, for example, the British Army under Sir Garnet Wesley crossed the River Pra, for example, into the Ashanti territory and defeated the Ashantis. And at the time, for you to get more land, for you to get more territory, you must fight the people there, reclaim the land, and then you continue. So the British adopted that rule And at the time, too, many ethnic groups in Ghana were not resourced in terms of politically, in terms of ammunition and others, even human resource, it was very low. So they used the civilization that they have at the time, because they have developed long time ago and have well civilized systems, and they can easily maneuver themselves. So they used that one, and they were able to defeat the Ashantis at the time. So it is believed that the Ashantis Asante was forced to sign a peace treaty with the British. And one of the things that the British system used to rule many of their colonies was that when they're able to defeat you, then you sign an agreement. In fact, the European or the white light agreement is an agreement. So once you sign it, you must obey. If you don't obey, then they may have the basis to other, should I say, find a way to control you or either kill you or eliminate you, because it's an agreement. And today we still have those agreements. There are some agreements Ghana signed with these whites as of today. If you go and review those agreements, you see that, in fact, some are, in quotes, senseless. Forgive me anyways. Some doesn't make sense at all. But they know how the agreements are done, the end results, and they know it's going to favor them. But most of us, even how many of us will be able to read? I remember some time ago, I was signing a contract with one of the agencies in UK. The document they sent to me is about 50 pages. How are you going to read all these documents, understand, and then sign before? So you are likely to just append your signature out of frustration or out of time to sign it, and you are there. At the end of the day, it will bind you and you can't do anything. Okay, so these are things that they did, sign agreement with them. And on the 12th of September 1874, for an example, the whole of southern Ghana, including Anloland, became the British colony. So they were just fighting here and there. Okay, and the capital of Gold Coast at the time was moved from Cape Coast to that of Accra after 2 years later. So what it means was that at the time, because most of them came to Elmina, where they settled, they came close. Elmina is closer to Cape Coast. So Cape Coast at the time was believed to have been the capital. So they settled, and then they have so many things around. And they saw that, in fact, I'm told many of the European gents came to Cape Coast. And so they saw that the place is okay for them. And so they used that one as a capital of Ghana at the time. And later on, when they discovered Accra and other places, and they saw the advantage of Accra to maybe them, then they decided that you have to move the capital. And I think today, when we are deciding on important towns, we use the ethnicity, we use the population, the resources, and other things to do. And so likely the whites also use the system, because they adapted that system from their end. Okay, then they use that one to move the capital from Cape Coast to that of Accra at the time. Let's continue. So it says that in 1896, for an example, the British strengthened the powers over the Ashantis by deporting the Asantehene to the Seychelles Island. And the British further signed friendship treaties with the chiefs in the northern part of the country. And those areas were referred to as the Northern Territory. And so the British, the German, the French agreed on common boundaries to define their territories. Whilst the British and the Danish and then the Dutch were in Ghana, the mineral resources of other African countries have also attracted the attention of other Europeans. So the Europeans scrambled for almost entire part of Africa for resources. Though the French people came, okay, the German came, and then the other European gents. So believe that those in Burkina Faso were occupied, that the land of Burkina Faso at the time were occupied by the French people, and then the German also came, and then around. So if you have seen around, Ghana is being surrounded by French-speaking countries. So Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and Co. Okay, simply because most of these countries, or the three of them, were colonized by the the French. And remember, some will leave and then the others will come in that order. Assuming Ghana was colonized only by that of the Dutch for the entire period, then automatically we have maybe adapted their culture, their system, and their everything. But because some come and some go, that's how the system came. And then later on, the British did a lot of things in Ghana, and now almost everything related to that of the British. And so at the time, most of the countries in Africa do not have specific boundaries. or do not have any boundaries. In fact, Ghana at the time believe had no boundary. So this is what happened. This agreement that the British, the French, and the German signed, for instance, helped them to define the boundaries using box like they call it British Gold Coast colonies. So they use box to sign or show boundaries, and those boundaries that they agreed is the boundary that has been stood to Ghana till today. Okay, so if for instance those of us from believe those from let's say Volta, for instance, were part of the people outside at the time, wasn't part of Ghana. Okay, but because of one or two agreements that they arrived at, then it became part of Ghana. So it continued to say that the agreement is made up of Gold Coast colonies in the south, Ashantis in the middle, and then the Northern Territory to the northern part of Ghana. And so that is how the thing went to. So after the event, after the World War One, believed that the British and then the French drove the Germans away. So there was some kind of cabal. The British and then the French, they came together and then sacked the Germans to run away. Maybe they fought with them and then they battled with them and they couldn't withstand. So they have to leave and then go. Okay. So it's continued to say that after that, then they shared the land that was taken by the Germans. So the British and then the French people shared them among themselves. The part that came under the British rule at the time was called the British Mandatory Togoland, the southern half of which is now known as the Volta region, the one that I was talking about. So originally it was not part of Ghana. Then later on, because they drove the Germans away, they decided to share those that were left by the Germans, and then Volta region became part of present-day Ghana. Then, in conclusion, they say that on 6 March 1957, then Gold Coast was granted a political independence by the British rule, and the name was changed to Ghana, as we have narrated. And so, present day, we have 16 administrative region of Ghana. Okay, but in the book you say 10 administrative region because you were dealing with the old one, and these were the 10 administrative region that we used to have. But currently we have the 16 administrative regions that we can speak to that. So I think that will bring us to the end of lesson 1, so that we can move to lesson 2. But before I move on, please, any question and should I say suggestions and any idea to this before we proceed? I want, if somebody has something to add to maybe anything that I've said here, you can add, but you make it very brief because we have a lot to do in the second part. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Please, any suggestion, any question, or anything before we proceed?
Yes, please. A question.
Sorry, before you come in, can they let's monitor the time? When it's time for break, can they tell me? Thank you.
Please,
please proceed. Okay.
Based on the information in the the slide, you see most of them are on past events. For example, the population and others. So when the question is brought, can we answer it based on the information in the slide, or we have to use the current information we have in Ghana?
Thank you. You go by the information that we have in the slides or the one that will be given to you in the book.
Oh, okay.
However, you should be aware that it's an old data and can be revised at any time. I'm hoping in the next one, it's going to be a new updated one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, any
Yeah,
questions?
Great, my hand. My name is Selena.
Okay. Please, sorry, I'm using phone, so the interface, it will be difficult to see the hands. So can you unmute yourself and then you talk for me? Thank you.
My name is Selena. I hope I can hear you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. Yes. So considering what we have seen so far, I think we can adjust to the current issues that we have in the country when we are sitting for exam and then provide the information as in accordance to the question that will be asked. Am I right?
That's absolutely also good. So, for an example, you are
Okay.
giving
Oh,
information on the population of Ghana. There's nothing wrong putting 2020 housing population and housing data that are there around 2020. Sorry, 2010. This is the
or
population.
even
2021. This is the
2021.
population. There's nothing wrong with that.
And another thing, and to all my fellow students, as Twitter is saying, we can read more because only the slides and the information we have here does not contain the detailed information that might be required. So it means we have to read more and then add more to the information we have here. I think I'm right here too. Oh,
Yes, that would be very great.
hello, sir.
That would be very great.
I know Keiko. I want to stay within the requirement. So that is why I'm asking all these questions. So if we are allowed, then I'll be free to read more and find more information as an attachment to the one we have on the slide. Right.
Yes, that's absolutely correct, please.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Some of us cannot see the slide, so is there any way we can view it?
Yes, it will be shared on your platform. Maybe I think if you are not having it on your platform during the break time, contact your colleagues and maybe some may have it and share with you. I'll also try and share it during the break time. Unfortunately, I'm not sharing phone. So, but I'm using phone. Next week, I'll use laptop. I'll use laptop as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mine is a suggestion, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
I would love it if every week we can be given the soft copy of the slides so that some of us can print and then be reading.
Yes, it will be done. This is the first day of meeting. So normally, this is the first time I'm meeting you. So the subsequent, I'll give you the information ahead before.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, good morning, sir. Please, I want to find
Good
out
morning.
if we can get course outline for the course so that we will know what to learn and what not to learn. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll provide that information to you in the course of the week.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I think we can end here and maybe we continue with our lectures. Then the later parts, when there's more time, we will continue. If there's no time again, and we see how it will go. So in the second slide, kindly let's move to the second slides. That one is a little bit bulky. Kindly bear with me. Okay. The second one, we are talking about the physical characteristics of Ghana. Remember, what we talk about is just a description. So thematic geography means you are describing some small areas on the earth surface, and the area is Ghana. Those who have just joined, that's what we are doing. We are looking at thematic, that is some important areas, okay, to describe. And today we have described about the history, we talk about the people, and then we talk about how we got in contact with other foreign people, like the Europeans. Okay, so we are now moving to the physical characteristics of Ghana. And here we are talking about, we will describe the weather, the climate, the atmosphere, and co. Then we also talk about the geology of Ghana. In fact, the entire unit 2 or the section 2 or lesson 2 is solely on geology of Ghana. When you say geology, we talk about the rocks or the studies of rocks, right? So we are going to talk about the rocks formation, their location, their characteristics, and the soil that came from the rocks, and then the vegetation that came from soils, and then the plant and animal species from there, the climate, and others. That's what we are going to do for chapter 2 or lesson 2. It is physical because it's something that you can observe, you can see it, you can travel and visit it, and they are there. You can feel if it is weather conditions, you can go there and then experience it yourself, right? So whatever that we are going to discuss here is physical, meaning we have evidence of that and it can be seen. Please, is it okay for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let's start. So here it says that under the introduction, it says that the landscape and the resources of Ghana vary from place to place. Okay, and this is depending on the geology, the relief, and the climate of the area. Normally, when you take Ghana into consideration, resources are not evenly distributed. In Obuasi, for an example, we have gold. When you come to Agugu, we have alluvial gold, but the deposit in Obuasi is more than that of Agugu. So they are not evenly distributed. If you come to Accra, for an example, or Accrean people, for instance, that's the people from Accra. Okay, when you come there, probably you can get alluvial resources, but they are not like those at Awaso, those in Obuasi or Pristia, or maybe Enchi. The mineral resources are not the same. They are not the same because they vary in terms of geology. Geology means depending on the type of rocks that are deposited and the relief or the nature of the land there or the climate of the area. So for an example, if you are in Accra, you will not see thick forests simply because the climate is different in Accra. If you come to Kumasi, you see thick forests because the climate is different. So the nature of the area or how the relief, the climate, and geology look like will account for differences in the resources that are located in some areas. So it is believed that the coast is a lowland with occasional insurbits. Okay, so here we are going to describe the nature of Ghana. We have also talked about it already, but we are now looking at the physical nature of Ghana. So we are picking Ghana as a country, Ghana as a map, and then we describe how the southern Ghana looked like in terms of physical nature or in terms of rocks, in terms of climate, in terms of vegetation, and in terms of relief. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So first, we are going to talk about the coastal areas. We are going to describe the coastal areas, how it looks like, right? So it says that the coast of Ghana is a lowland with occasional insurbits, okay? And the center is occupied by interior Darsete Plateau, and the northeast is occupied by Botharian Basin. So if you take the whole country into consideration, then you will see that there are some small isolated lands in the coastal areas. So when you are moving from Accra to Cape Coast to Takrade, when you are along the coastal areas, for an example, you see that you occasionally see some small highlands. Okay, we call them insurbits. And then when you are moving from the coastal areas and you are going to northern Ghana. At the middle of Ghana, you see a plateaus. Okay, a plateau is normally we say it's a tableland. Okay, that has been eroded or through volcanic eruption or through sediments have been wiped out, okay, in that nature, or the soft layer of the rocks have been removed and the resistance are standing. So at the middle beds, most of the land or the rocks nature are deserted, okay, in nature. Then we say in the northeast, we have the Botharian Basin, that's the Water River Basin. Okay, you see them occupying the northeast from there downwards, right? Then let's come to the south. So we say that the southeast of Ghana. So now we are moving to describe southeast of Ghana. Please, do you know southeast of Ghana? Before I proceed. Sorry, I think this is becoming more theoretical. Ideally, supposed to have a map that we can use to describe. Let me see whether there's a map somewhere. Unfortunately, we don't have map there. But ideally, this is supposed to have a map. That's when I say northeast, then the map will appear. Then you see it. When I say southeast, then the map will appear for southeast, a map of Ghana. Then you see it. So when I say southeast, I'm wondering if you understand what is or where is southeast of Ghana. Please, do you know where southeast of Ghana is?
Yes, some of us can relate a bit.
That's fine. Those of us who having difficulty with map or locational points of Ghana. I think if it were face to face, I would have sketched a map of Ghana and then I show it to you. But the easiest way to do is use the cardinal point. Okay, so you draw a cross, like the normal cross where Jesus Christ was nailed. The north is the northern, the south is the south. Then your right hand side is always what do you call it? East. And then your left hand side is always west. Okay, so if you sketch map of Ghana, the whole north is northern, then the south is south. Then at the right hand side of your map, the extreme part, okay, we call it southeast. I don't know how this one you can see. So wherever that you stand, you take into consideration your right hand side is always at the east side, right? And then we say north, south, east, and west. And so the extreme south, extreme west, we have them there. So we have a place that we call southeast. In fact, we even have south southeast and
I
southeast.
think that place is the Guan ethnic group, where the Guan ethnic groups are.
Settle. Yes. Yes, it's unfortunate that this is becoming like more theoretical, but it's supposed to be practical anyway. Next week, if I'm having the laptop, I can open so many what do you call it, files at the same time. So, for instance, this one I'll take it off and then show you Southeast map. Okay, so forgive me for today. I've been a bad teacher for today. Forgive me. Next week
Sir,
we'll do better.
Sir,
We are
please,
going to get
question.
practical.
sir, I think
Okay.
the southeast includes the eastern region bordered by the Lake Volta and Volta region. That portion, that is the
Exactly.
southeast of Ghana.
Thank you very much. So here we are going to describe them, and we are saying that the southeast has the wet tropical climate, whilst the extreme northeast. So you see here we are comparing them. So the southeast is having a vegetation or the climate, and we called it the climate is a tropical climate. Then when you go to northeast, so we compare them from southeast to northeast. And so when you go to the northeast, we have what is called a dry tropical climate. So in terms of the climate, this is how it looks like. Then we also have, in terms of vegetation, we have tropical forest vegetation, and it is also found in southeast. So whilst we have tropical climates in southeast, we also have tropical forests in southeast. Then we have what is called coastal belts at east of Cape 3 Point and also savanna vegetation. Okay, so these are the climates and then the vegetation that we can describe in terms of Ghana. Then the northern Ghana is dominated by what we call savanna vegetation. And basically they are standard group vegetation type, small one, being dominated by trees and vegetation that can withstand harsh and hot weather conditions. Okay, so the environment or the environmental contrast has been an important bearing on the opportunities available, and for development costs also depend on the soil and then the weather condition. So it is believed that some places, if you go, the developments in that particular environment will depend on the weather and then the soil available, and also some human opportunities that can exist in those areas. So it is also known that industrial development relate to availability of resources, especially that of water. So for example, those of us from northern Ghana, you see that government of Ghana, because of lack of water during some period of the year, believe or wanted to establish or have established what they called it one dam in one village or so. Please, how do you call it? Is it one village, one dam, or one dam, one
One
village?
village, one dam.
Okay, because there's some kind of water deficiency or deficit during the dry season, okay, and they need to get water. And most of these industries depend on availability of water. So government of Ghana decided to establish those ones. And some documents or information indicate that some were established, and then I don't think all of them, or probably the way they want to achieve was achieved. Okay, so this is how industrial development depends on some availability. of it. Then we come to the geology of Ghana. Okay, when you say geology of Ghana, we are talking about studies of rocks formation, how rocks were formed in Ghana during the formation probably of the earth, right? So here I say that there are several rock formations that developed in Ghana during the major geological eras of the world history. So it is believed that during the formation of the earth crust, so here we are taking the whole earth into consideration, though, not only Ghana. When the earth was being formed, there were some parts where Ghana is now and how those rocks were formed. Okay, that's what we are going to describe them. But before we do this, I hope you have done some basis of climatology. And so you know how the earth came into being, believed to have formed from debris of explosions. And there were some astrolites, the bigger ones, that hit this earth. This earth was occupied somewhere far away from this place where it's now hanging or now rotating. Okay, and where it was initially, it was made up of ice. It was very cold planet, right? And then there was some water. So when other the astrolite hit it, which we don't know whether that's what happened because you don't have much information to that, or when there was that kind of explosion, then it moved from where it is and it was roaming in space, just roaming. And all along, it came in contact with the sun, okay, or the star that is closer to the sun that we see today. And when it came, because of the huge force of gravity of the sun, it holds it and then it stopped moving. And then when it stopped moving, it's just like holding a hand of children. If they are running away and you hold their hand, you see that they end up rotating around you. Okay, just like they want to free themselves. So in the process, they'll be rotating around you. Those of us who are mothers, you have experienced a lot of this. And that's exactly what happened to the planet Earth that we are on. It moved, and then when it came in contact with the sun held it and it stopped and it started rotating around the sun. And in the course of the rotation, because where it's moved from, the body was cold, it concealed ice. And so the heat of the sun started melting the ice, and all the ice started forming or melt and moved into one place. And today, all those melted ice form the oceans on this earth that we see. And then we have the water bodies, the rivers and others also started, and the thing moved on from there. And so during that period, it's what we call the formation of the Earth's crust. Okay, there were some they called it heat and pressure that developed within the core of the Earth, and so that pressure and heat started melting the interior part of the Earth, right? And those ones are called magma. When the Earth heats and it melted, and some, because of the heat, it explodes and come to the surface. And so when they explode and come to the surface, then they become like lava, melted earth crust. They form lava, and the lava can well up and form mountains. Okay, some mountains can also form huge landforms on the surface of the earth, and then it can also develop heat within, and it can explode again, and then it continues. So this earth has existed, believed to have existed for 4.5 billion years old. During that period, there were a lot of explosions, a lot of things that was going on. New mountain came into being, others went on. And those of you who have studied a lot about geomorphology, you were told that there are eras or there are periods, and those periods, some life existed, like dinosaurs. Okay, they existed. Their descendants are alligators, crocodiles, and co. Okay, because they look alike. They believe they are their descendants that they've left for us. When believe there were at the time a huge asteroid hit the earth, it was poisonous and killed all those dinosaurs. They left, another life came before plant and animal came into being. And at the moment, we have human beings. Believe that even before human beings came into this earth, all life emanated from the sea. Okay, so the sea, for an example, believe when the ice melts, some small plants and plantains developed in the sea. Some animals started evolving in the sea. some came to the coastal areas, they defecated, and because they've ate some plantains, then those plantains germinated along the coastal areas, right? And vegetation started evolving from there. Some animals from the sea migrated to those vegetations, and their natural instinct departed, and they could not go back to the sea, and so they became land animals. And life continued there. So they evolved from different form until it came to human beings, where we also changed from those animalistic way to now with knowledge, ideas, and now look at ourselves. So those of you who watch Asian movies and co, you see that human beings were in animal state before we moved from agrarian in the form of hunting and gathering, and then we came to agrarian society, and now today we are in industrialized and modernized form than the olden ones, right? So ancestors have suffered a lot. And during that time, there were still geological evolutions that was going on. So believe that at the time, Earth crust was still in the formation, and today is still formation is still ongoing. Our lifespan is just approximately 100 years, and we are gone. But this Earth, 4.5 billion years old, has existed, and new life come, another life come, and it continued that way. So believe that during that time, we have four main eras that were developed, and today we still have them and we can locate them. One is called Precambrian era, believed have existed about 4.5 million years ago, right? Then another one, Paleozoic era, that has existed for 600 million years ago. Then we have Mesozoic era, existed 220 million years ago. Then the last one, believed called Cainozoic era, existed 70 million years ago. And they say that each of these ones two are having what he called eras, which are also divided into periods. And so those of you who are interested in geological formations, you are likely to maybe go into geology and you learn more. It's very interesting how the earth came into being and co. But know that always in books, I think at the basic school, you were told that all life comes from the sun, right? And the sun, anywhere there's a sun, there's life, okay? And so when the sun, because it's holding this earth, when the sun leave there, the earth will also leave. It will go astray. And people think that when the sun leave, and the earth will come to an end. Probably they say that's the end of the world, right? This is not religion, this is academic. Please, this academic is not religion. So we are solely talking about academics. The religion has its own meaning, okay? And the sun that we have here, believe that it's a medium average one. It lasts for approximately 10.5 billion years old, and the sun has existed for 5.5 billion. So we have halfway to go, which is not easy. So if you like, go and then come back in the next 2 billion years old. You see, the sun is different. The life here will also be different. Different life will come, and the people here, you will come and you will feel amazed. Imagine you were part of prehistoric people. Look at the way they live in trees, plants, and hunting and gathering way. If today they come and see the way we live our life, they will be shocked. Likewise, if you like, go and come in the next and then 100,000 years time, come and see the life that you witness. It will shock you. So the earth and everything is going through geological period or changes, and it continues to change that way. Then we come to a map. Those of you with the slides, there's a map there, and the map has to do with Guanaland and then that of Laurasia. It is believed that in the olden days, we used to have one big land that was together called the Pangaea. And the earth, because it's having what we call force of gravity and then pressure, the internal part of it started breaking into pieces. But initially, it broke into two. One moved to the north, and then one moved to the south. The one that went to the north is called Laurasia. Okay, those that went to the down is called Guanaland. And when you move to the next one, you see that there's one that they call Pangaea. All the lands are together there. Okay, those were the slides. You see the land together, and they say it is about 250 million years ago. So those of you who have come here in 250 million years ago, do you remember this Pangaea? Or you weren't there? Or you don't remember anything? Or no, none of you were existing on Earth around 250 million years ago, so that you can give us information on how the Pangea look like. Okay. Then you move to the next one when the current started to break into two. That's Guanaland, for example, and that is about 200 million years ago. So Laurasia moved to the north, and then Guanaland moved to the south. Then when you come to the next one, then each of the Laurasia and then Guanaland started to break into pieces again. So when you come to the next one, you see that it's about 145 million years ago. You see that the rocks or the geology of the earth started breaking into pieces. Then you come to about 65 million years ago. You see that there's more breaks up, okay, that you can identify. Then the last one, which is the present day modern world, is the map that you see. Now we have all the continents. We have the North America, we have the South America, we have the Indian Ocean, we have the Antarctica, we have Australia, we have Africa. It is believed that that force that led to the breakup is still going on. So a time will come, if you like, as I've been saying, go and come back again, maybe next 2 million years time. You come and see that Africa is also broken into another pieces. Then the breakups will continue unabated. That's how it is, because there are a lot of currents and a lot of waste that is going on, or geological things that is going on currently on the earth. But because our life lasts for short period, we are not able to witness them fully. I think what we can witness is floods, which comes also short time, and we can see erosion, we can see weather conditions, and we can see those ones. But the geological time period take longer period than our lifespan, and at times very difficult to witness them. Okay, then we continue to geological time scale. So those of you with the slides, you see geological time scale, those that I mentioned. So we have Precambrian period, we have Paleozoic era, we have Mesozoic era, then we have Cenozoic era. In fact, this one too are believed to have taken from old Asian people, the way they name their things. So people believe that I know of Cenozoic era, named after Cain and Abel's story. Okay. But for Mesozoic and Co, I don't have much RPK. Those of you interested can read more about that. So we have periods, and the periods under Cenozoic, we have the Quaternary period, we have the Tertiary period. And then if you come to the Mesozoic, the Paleozoic, and the Precambrian too, they are all there. I think you can easily go through and then do justice to that. Then we come to Ghana alone. So what we were talking about were all that of the world. We are taking the whole world into consideration, how the earth came into being, but the story is not there. I think you will study geomorphology and definitely you get a full story. What I've given to you is just a gist of it. So if you are, after you have studied the nature of the rocks, you have studied the nature of how the earth came into being, how life were formed and others, you will better understand the world that you find yourself. But remember, this is only for academics, not for spiritual purposes. So the spiritual people with religion are able to give you another dimension or perspective, how the world came into being. But academically, this is how we know, and this is what we know. So now let's come to our country, Ghana, or what they say, a country called Ghana. So here we are talking about geology of Ghana, and it says that Precambrian era, for an example, we are going to have some portion of Ghana that fall within, and then we take the whole world into consideration. So here they say that the major geological period include the following. One, Ghana belongs to the ancient supercontinent Guanaland. You see, when you take the map that we talk about, we are part of Africa. So we are under Guanaland, the one that moved downwards, right? And it stretched from South America to the west to Australia, and from North America to the Antarctica in the south. So we are part of the southern one, the Guanaland one. And they continue to say that the Dahomey formation, which falls under geological formation during the Precambrian era, right? It says it is the oldest rock formation in the country. So if you come to Ghana, we have Precambrian era. And during the Precambrian era, the nature of the rocks that were formed and where they are located. So I'm going to tell you where they are located, and then the name of the rocks that were formed under Precambrian era. And so the name of the rocks is called Dahomey Formation. There's a town called Dahomey. Is it Dahomey or Dahomey? Please, who know that town?
Dahomey.
Yes,
It's
Dahomey.
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 Yes. Where is it located?
Benin.
Yes.
Benin.
In Ghana, do you have a town like that?
I'm sure it's full.
Dahomey is in Republic of Benin.
Yes.
Benin.
Yes. We know that one. I'm talking about Ghana. Do you have a name Dahomey in Ghana?
Yes, there's the name Dahomey in Ghana, located in the Volta region.
Exactly. That's the one that I'm talking about. But of course, we have
Yes.
Dahomey in Benin, of course, because the
Benin,
rock
yes.
formation form from Benin downwards and then come to Volta. Okay. Those of you who have RPK, okay, about some, is it Ivory Coast that took Ghana to international courts, that our oil, they are part of it. I don't know whether you remember that story.
Yes.
Yes. You know, all minerals are accumulated in rocks. Please, can you mute your this thing for me, giving us feedback? Okay, thank you. So you know that all the minerals deposits are accumulated in rocks, and so they are fall from Ivory Coast at the top, and then they drain down to the southern part of Ghana, right? And then we are the recipient end of it. And so when they took us there, I think what favored Ghana was that they are International Court of Justice look at the location, not where it was coming from. So they say, where is it located? Ghana. But they didn't look at where it is coming from. If where it is coming from, then Ivory Coast was having a huge say, because most of the mineral deposits were coming from the downstream and it enters Ghana. Okay, and immediately after we exit the hall or the courts, you have to do arrangements. So we give Ivory Coast a huge electricity. I think mostly some are cheaper or even free. Because indirectly they have some say in the what do you call it, the mineral deposits that we have in Ghana. Okay, so we have Dahomey for an example, because in Benin, because of the rocks formation there, and then in Ghana too, we have one at Volta region. Okay, so those formation, those rocks are believed to have been the oldest rocks in Ghana. That's the first characteristics, and it covers the following areas: Accra Plains, southern part of Volta, and then entire part of southeast coastal plains. So these are the rock formation and where they are found. They are the oldest rock. So Accra Plains, for an example, southern part of Volta region, and then entire or the whole of southeast coastal plains. Okay, so southeast coastal plains, we can talk about entire of Greater Accra and other parts. Then they continue to say that the rocks are made up of metamorphic rocks consisting of gneisses and then schists, possibly formed from sedimentary rocks. Okay, so they are made up of metamorphic rocks and sedimentary rocks. Basically, that's what they are saying. So those are the oldest rocks of Ghana. We call them Precambrian or the geological time period that we talk about. Then the next one said that the earth movement had resulted in the folding of the Dahomean formation. So those rocks were formed as a result of folding. So when you do what is it? I've forgotten the name. If you do some courses, you definitely come in contact with how mountains and the land and the rocks are formed. You come to understand that there's a process called folding of mountains or land masses. And those, I think they are under geomorphology. Yes. Geomorphology simply means rocks formation. Geology, that's geomorphology. So you are going to talk about how lands were formed and others. So you understand it better than this thematic geography. This is just something small we are borrowing, right? Okay. Then we continue again. He said that another one is at Bremian Formation, and it covers the 3/4 of closed forest areas, and the most important areas are made up of mineral composition of Ghana, and it is divided into two. They have lower Bremian and then the upper Bremian. And so the next one, they describe the lower one. The lower one consists of metamorphized sedimentary rocks such as phyllites and then schists. And then the upper one is the younger one, or the one that is recently formed, and consists of rocks of lower Bremian in nature, and they are also metamorphosed into lava and then other forms. And so it continued that they are formed as a whole and was folded, and then they follow that of the southwest to northeast trend. So it's like rocks in nature, I'll say. So when the rocks are formed, they form in the form of southeast and then the northeast trend. That's during the formation of the earth. This is how it's formed. So in Ghana, we can just pick that section and then we talk about it. Then it says that they are also formed. The Bremian formation is also associated with extensive masses of granite formed from the cooling of magma. Okay, I earlier on told you that because of heat and pressure within the rock crust, at times some rocks melt to form magma, and the magma through pressure and then some small hoses, they are able to come to the surface as maybe lava or magma in form. And when they cool down, then they form a huge, strong granite rocks. And those rocks can form mountains. So like Mount Afajatu, for example, Mount Everest, they are all rocks. All mountains are rocks, and they are formed from cooling of magmas that have upwelled some landforms on the earth surface. So it says that the granite occur in parallels belt or parallel belts, for instance. Okay. Then we also have another one that they called it the Taquian formation. Here we talk about Takwa. In fact, you have Accrean formation, that's Accra. Taquian formation, Takwa. Bohemian formation, Bohem, for an example. So the names are not like, what do I say? It's not anything you should scare about. They just add like Ghanaian, Ghana, Ghanaian. Okay, that's all. So it continues in terms of Takwa or Taquarian formation of those Precambrian era. It says that the formation extends from Agogo in Asante Achim to about the middle of Ankobra River. Originally consisted of sediment eroded from the Bremian rocks, okay, and also deposited in narrow basins and then folded along the same axis as the Bremian. So what they are trying to say is that when those rocks were deposited, they were folded in the form of folds. Okay, it's just like you fold paper and then they move because they were sediments. They were moving and they can move. Sorry, I said sediments. They were in the form of molten magma. Molten means the thing is melted. It's just like you melt plastic materials. You can pour it down, and when they pour it, then they move wherever they move to, and then they become solidified or they cool down. Then they form rocks. Okay, so as they form the rocks, then some parts that are a little bit soft will be rooted away, and that's why they say that originally they consisted of sediment eroded from the Bremian. So some can be eroded, piled up, and then pressure can set within, and then they melt again and form another new rock. And then the cycle continues. I think later part I will teach you how rocks are formed. So they are done in cyclical way, and you understand that one too better. Then it continued to say that the Taquian formation is composed of schists, sandstones, quartzites, and the phyllite, for instance. Then there are also small patches of plutonic or volcanic rocks within the area and covered by Taquian formation. Okay, so these are all description. Then another one is that of Togo series. Okay, so under the Togo series, we are talking about the one that's come all the way from Togo and then pass through Ghana. So here they say that formed from eroded materials from Bremian deposits in basins. So the rocks that were formed at Bremian, they were eroded in the form of sediment and deposited in basins. That's at lower course of maybe rivers or so. Okay, and they consisted of sediments or sedimentary rocks. Most of sediments are rocks that have been eroded. Okay, so sedimentary rocks are basically eroded sediments that have come together to form those rocks, and then you call them sedimentary rocks. And they can also metamorphosed, okay, or morphorized into another version. So you see, basically, we have three main rocks. One is called igneous rocks. Another one is called sediment. Another one is called metamorphic. Now, when igneous rocks, through maybe heat and pressure, then they break into sediment, and the sediment forms sedimentary rocks. When there's heat and pressure set up in sedimentary rocks, then they change their shapes, and then they are metamorphized into another rocks. So when they are metamorphized, then you call them metamorphic rocks. So basically, from igneous rocks, we go to sedimentary rocks, then we come to metamorphic rocks, and then metamorphic rocks may also change again into igneous rocks, and then the cycle continues. So all rocks and geological periods are still ongoing within the earth. And so here you see that they say that the rocks consist of sediments or sedimentary rocks, and they are metamorphized ones. Examples are quartzites, schist, shales, and phyllites. And then it continued to describe the Togo series, that they were strongly folded to form the Equiapim Togo ranges. You see, if you know a little about Equiapim Togo ranges, they are mountains. We call them range of mountains. Immediately you hear ranges, they are highlands that are in line, or they are in chains. So there's one huge mountain, then there's another huge mountain in form of a line. So when you get mountains that are arranged in line, we call them a range of mountains, and you call them ranges or mountain ranges. Okay. So anytime you hear Equiapim Togo ranges, it means it's a series of highlands that are formed in lines. So those of you around Equiapim, you are around Togo, Equiapim, no, let's say Togo border, and then around Equiapim, for example, you see that there's a highland that stretches from there. In fact, pass through from Obuase, Asokwa Junction, and then it passed through Eastern Region, and then it continues downwards to that of, I think, Equiapim area, and then it continues to Togo. Basically, that's the range that we are talking about. Those of you around Kibi, you see, Kibi is a little bit like in a deserted landscape or a lowland. It is believed that there was a very huge astrolite that hit that place and created that hole there. That's why when you are driving around that area, you see that there's a huge mountain here, then there's another mountain at the other side. Okay. And so I think when you do more about geology, they will give you more facts about that. But we are just borrowing something small from that end and to explain the geology of Ghana. Okay. Then we also have another one we call the Buem Formation. Those of you who know Buem, for instance, I think I'm not able to pronounce the name so well. Remember where each of us are coming from. Please mention it well for me.
Buem.
Buem. Okay.
Yes, in the Oti region.
Very good. So he said that it lies mainly to the west of Togo series and formed from materials eroded from Togo series, right? And made up of sedimentary rocks like shales and then sandstones, together with some volcanic rocks. Basically, when you hear volcanic rocks, they are rocks that are formed on the surface of the earth. Okay, so we have volcanic rock, and then that of I've forgotten the other one. We called it intrusive and extrusive. So extrusive rock are also called volcanic rocks. And then intrusive rock are called plutonic rocks. They are rocks that are formed deep in the ground. In fact, they are more huge than those that are formed on the surface of the earth. And so there are more mountains. In fact, huge, big mountains down in the earth than those on the earth surface. Only few mountains are found on the earth surface as compared to those underground. Right, so we have them there. So at times, when those of you who have maybe built your new house, or your parents will migrate you to a new house, when you go there, you see a lot of sediments. With time, when it rains, then you see that to wash the surfaces, and then you see that rocks are coming, some debris and others. Remember, they were all there already. And then when the surface is being eroded away, then you go and meet huge mountains. So all the mountains that we see, they were all covered, but through denudation, erosion, and then washing away of topsoil, then the mountains will come up, and then we see them. So if you are not careful, you say that mountains grow, they don't grow. Or you say rocks, they grow, they don't grow. Just that they are being washed, and then we are seeing more. So if you come back in the next maybe 3,000,000 years, you come and see more mountains because more are hidden underground, okay, with even some minerals in them. Good. So he said that Boom series was was folded, but not as strong as the Togo series. Okay, so all those that we have described now form under or falls under what we called the Precambrian rocks formation and areas that they are. The next one that we are going to talk about is Paleozoic era. Okay, so we are done with Precambrian era. That's the oldest rocks of the earth. Okay, and then the other rocks that came from that of the Precambrian, and we called it Paleozoic era, right? And those ones, let's see where they are found in Ghana and other things that we can talk about them. So here, the major geological events are one, Sergeant and then the wiping of much of the land west of Togo Falls. So you see that these ones are from already existed rocks. That's why they are saying that they are much of the land that has been wiped or taken away from the already existing Togo Falls. Togo Falls means Equiapim Togo ranges or the mountains that were there. They were formed from them. The formation was vast interior lake, okay, in which sediments were eroded and surrounded the land and they were deposited. So these ones were basically eroded material that has been deposited and has also formed part of the land. So it continued to say that the coasts, which still form part of the ancient Guanaland, also sank beneath the sea. So you see that at times we can get sediment that has been piled up, okay, and some can even form huge mountains. Okay, so assuming you build your house or you stay in a house at the lower course of a river, or let's say in Accra, lower areas, for an example, if you are not careful and it rains, it will deposit a huge sediment at your gate, and those sediments can even become land. And so some at times when it rains, those sediments are being excavated or being taken away and then used as sediment to construct another what we call it cement blocks, and then they use that one for building and others. Good, but if they are allowed to pad up for a long time, they can form a very huge land that can also create another sedimentary rocks from the sediment that has been deposited. Okay, now let's look at the geological formation of Paleozoic era. They say that basically from the Voltairean formation, okay, and they say that it covers nearly 2/5 of the surface of Ghana. So it means if you divide the Ghana into 5, 2 of them can form or can be found around the Voltairean basin or water area. And they say that they are formed from sediments that have been deposited in a vast interior lake created by the downwashing or wiping and then the sagging of land west of Togo Falls. So basically, they are saying that this is formed from series of erosion that occur to the Equiapim Togo ranges. Okay, so after they have been eroded and deposited, then this Paleozoic era or the formation also came from them, right? So he said that it consists of mainly sandstones, shales, marlstones, and limestone, for an example. The rocks are generally flat, bedded or horizontally, except the eastern margin where it has been weak folding. So you see, sedimentary rocks are not all that strong. So normally when they are eroded, they form on the surface of the earth in the form of what do you even say, a plane form, okay, and that plane form are usually in the form of flat land surface, right? Then it continues to say that there's one at Sekendi, they call it Sekendian, and then one in Accra, they call it Accrean rocks. So here we are talking about rocks in Accra, so we are calling it Accrean rocks, and the one at Sekendi, Sekendian rocks. I hope you are not scared with the names. Just rocks that are found in Sekendi, Accra, and the rocks that are found in Accra. That is all. So you call them Acrean rocks, and Secedian rocks. No, this thing about it, please. Then he said that located at few places on the coastal areas like Sekendi, Takoradi, and between Commander and Cape Coast. Okay, so that's where this is located. And they are also formed as a result of coastal areas being sinking beneath the sea during the end of the Paleozoic era. And you know Paleozoic era, you know the period. They say about 600,000 years or so. Please check the period. That's where those rocks were formed. And it says that the coastal areas receive a thick layers of marine deposits, which formed sandstone, shales, limestone, and the mixture of all these that we talk about. So basically, they are eroded materials that has been deposited along the coastal areas, and they also form another rocks because they will be piled up for a long period of time. Okay, then we go to the third one, which you call it Mesozoic era. So the Mesozoic era is also part of the Guanaland and the supercontinent that split up to form the present-day continent that we see them. I forgot to ask you the present day, how many continents we have them and their names. Okay, when I'm about to finish, we will mention them. So please know them. Don't Google them. Just mention the one that you know. Okay, so that will stick into your head. Probably we have about 6 continents in all, and you should be able to mention all of them. Okay, so remember this Mesozoic era is also part of the Guanaland, for instance, the supercontinent. And the continents also splitting up was accompanied by downwiping and faulting of coastlines of West Africa. So basically, when the lands were being broken up into pieces, the same rock formations also started breaking up and forming the rock layers of Mesozoic period, and they were therefore invaded by the sea, and on retreats especially it left behind a cover of marine deposits which form sandstone, clays, shales, and limestone, and these rocks are referred to as Upper Cretaceous rocks. Okay, so in terms of studies of rocks, when some rocks deposit their breaks up or their sediment, there's likely of other rocks being formed from that when there's a heat and pressure that's set within, and those rocks come up to form another new one. So for an example, they say that for Mesozoic, for instance, they were also formed from the deposit of rocks that were also invaded by sea. So it means either the sea covered up and later went back, or just like they were facilitated to form by marine deposits. So they can deposit, marine normally deposit sediment from the sea. Those of you along the coastal areas, this is common to you. So those of our brothers and sisters in Accra, Takoradi, and Cape Coast, for an example, when you go to the coastal areas, you see whitish sand deposits. Okay, they were brought to this coastal areas by the sea, and the sea is what we call it the marine. You say marine water simply means the sea water. Okay, so when you hear marine deposits, we are talking about deposits from the sea, right? And they say that they are formed. So when you go to the coastal areas, you see that whitish sediment that has been piled up for a long while. Some even build up to form inhabits. Okay, I know of this place, Baka. Those of you know Baka in Cape Coast, they called it lagoons. Cape Coasters called it Baka. Lagoons are always having outlet into the sea. And so at times, some sediment will cover it and it will form the lagoon. Once in a while, you go and then you will see that the sediment or the bar that has crossed the sea and has made it lagoon has been taken away. So the marine water can easily come to the lake, the lagoon, and then goes back. And those of us in Cape Coast, I think that's what you call it, the bucketry. They are going to open the lagoon, and so they will go and they remove the sediment that has covered the lagoon, and then that of the sea. And the official name of Cape Coast Lagoon is called Fosu Lagoon. That's the official name. I don't know why they called it Fosu Lagoon. Whether the person was called, the one who discovered it is called Fosu also, but they called it Fosu Lagoon. That's the official name. Or they called it Baka. or Cape Coast Lagoon. These are the names that you can mention. So when the sea invade it, they can build up a large sediment along the coastal areas, and from there we can get sandstones, we can get clays, we can get shales and limestone. Okay, and those ones, when they are from the upper layer, then we call it the Cretaceous rocks. Okay. Then we go to the other one, the Kenozoic era. Okay. It appears this is more of theoretical, but that's the physical rocks in nature. Okay, so we are just describing the physical rocks, and it's just like Babedi. You have to choose some of the things, and there are some basic things, but they are not that difficult. Later, when you have the slides and you read it, maybe 1, 2, 3, you see that, oh, they are not that difficult at all. Is there anyone who want to talk? Because I can see your microphone on.
Yes, I think we should have a 10 minute break. And
Oh, okay. Then I think give me just seconds. I'll give you that 10 minutes break. This one will not keep longer. So that when we come, then we start new thing. So in terms of the Kenozoic era, for example, here too, it is formed from the uplift of land caused retreat of sea after the Eocene and the exposure of the upper Cretaceous and the Eocene belt. So basically, this is also formed from the Mesozoic rocks, okay? Or during the Mesozoic era, the rocks that were formed, another rocks also came, and you call that one Cainozoic, okay? And say that thereafter, for the rest of the tertiary period, sediments of sand and gravels were deposited by rivers on the coasts. Okay, so these are basically deposits of sediment from the coast. So now the marine deposited the rocks or the debris there. Then from there, we can also get another rocks from the deposited rocks at the coastal areas, right? These tertiary deposits are also found at extreme end of coast, where they cover either completely or partially by the upper Cretaceous Eocene. And it says that the last one we talk about to be that's the recent or the quaternary period. And this is, they say, the rocks of recent. It means they are the ones that are currently formed, right? So they say it consists of clay, loose sand, and gravels deposited by rivers at their mouths, and mostly extensive found in most extreme end of the coast at the mouth of River Volta and then Kita Lagoon. So I know mostly at the lagoon. So we can see those at fossil lagoons and others. And I think these are the recent ones. So they are formed from those that has been deposited. And from the deposit, if there's lagoon also do other deposits. If there's more water in them, and they can invade the upper course, what do you call it, the banks of it, and then they come out with a new one. And so these are the rocks that we are talking about. After break, we are going to talk about the relief of Ghana. And we talk about the highlands and then the lowlands of Ghana. So I think we'll go for break. When we come, we use 2-3 minutes to talk about questions and then we end it. Would that be fine for you, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. So let's also mute ourselves for 10 minutes break and come back and continue. Okay.
Mommy, mommy, really not eating one with his mouth.
Hello, class. I think our 10 minutes is over. Let's get to classroom and start or continue the work.
Okay, sir.
Okay, boss.
Yeah, please, can we continue? We are all back. Can we continue?
Yes, madam. Sorry, you.
I hope we are all back. Please, let's continue.
Yes, I think so. Whether we are all back or not, when it's time, we need to continue. I should have closed at coming in at 9:18 or 9:19. So you spend 4 minutes in addition. Sorry for that. Okay. Please, any question? Any questions so far from the physical description of Ghana, basically on the geological time period? From now, we are going to talk about um relief of Ghana. So if you have any question, you can bring it. If no question, then I can proceed with the relief of Ghana.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, respectfully, my network got distracted when you go to the Mesozoic era. So I can't ask you to go and start from there, but just a brief on it. My network got distracted and I tried coming back. When I came back, I saw that you've gone on breaking. I think some three slides 15, 16, and 17.
Wow.
If I'm allowed to speak, I think the call is recorded, so probably along the line, during the week, you can just replay and then listen to
Good.
save time.
Yes. Bro, are you okay with that?
Sir, your wish is my command. I have no option.
It's the wish of the class, please.
Who am I?
Uh,
Who am I to say no? The lecturer says I should be okay with that.
The
Who am I to say
reason
no?
being that, yes, the reason being that if you have to go back and another person take it back, I'm telling you, you will not go do much. Unfortunately, the lesson 2 is bulky, honestly. So
Sir,
somehow, when I reach certain point, I'll run away. Oh, sorry, I'll be running faster. So it's a
let's move
recorded
on.
one. You share on your platform. Areas that you don't understand. I think we're on vacation. So I'm on vacation. So from Monday to Friday coming, and then the following week, you can contact me. I'll work on that. But Saturdays and Sundays, I teach, so I don't have time. Okay, thank you. So we are talking about relief. Yes, madam.
Please, I want to ask a question about the evolution of the world. It was known that we humans evolved from the animal apes. So I want to know, is there any possibility that in the next coming years, maybe 50 or 100 years to come, would we, the current humans, evolve again to another creature?
I don't have much knowledge on how human being evolved from apes, but what I know is all life evolved from the sea or water, right? And also from the sun. So the interaction of the sun and other elements created life in sea or in the sea, and in all other life, plants, animals evolved from the sea or water. That's basically what it is. So all other living things on earth are from water. That's why our body is made up of water. Everything is from water. But for the apes, I don't get it. However, human beings are evolving every day in, every day out. The children, if you have given birth before, your child will not be like you. He's different from you. Their generation is different. Okay. So nowadays we have people who we call them the Gen Zs. Okay. I'm told we have new people, we call them Alpha. The Alpha people, whatever you say, they will not listen to you. They think we are old people. We are kids. Our ideas are not new. Okay. So they are changing. They are changing gradually. But the period, because we last for a short period, we are not able to witness it much. So 100 years, you will not see it much. However, if we're able to be favored for maybe next 100 years to come, and your grandchildren, your grandchildren will come, they will be a little bit different. For society will evolve more than this. some theorists believe that the whole world will come together one time. A time will come, you'll be one. Our fathers and pre-ancestors didn't know there will be phone online teaching like this. It never came to mind. So as time goes on, but you need to give more period. 100 years is too small. Let's say 1,000, 2,000 years to come. Things will be different, and they'll be different from you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mhm. I don't think this one appears to everyone. Let's say your parents are wealthy. You even want to be wealthier than your father or your parent. If you are born in a society and your parents maybe have 2 houses, you want to have maybe 3 or 4. So everybody want to be better than their parents. That's the issue. And because you want to be better or you want to be a certain grade, automatically you are changing from the old generation to the new one, and life continues. So your children, when you are to trace your ancestors, you see that you can't even trace them. Your father's father, that man, 2 fathers, and it continues. You can't even trace them. And if you're able to trace them and get their pictures, it will shock you that they are quite different in terms of structure, in terms of ideas, in terms of even composition and others. But there are some kind of DNA that can be traced alongside, yes, which is possible. Yes. Some time ago, somebody told me, this reminds me, if you want to trace DNA, somebody told me that in the they say Jesus Christ, what do you call it, was given birth to by the Holy Spirit, right? If it were today, there would have been DNA to check whether it's indeed it was Holy Spirit who did it. But at the time, there were no technologies, anything to do. So, if it were today, probably some of these things wouldn't happen. Yes, but today everything is subject to scientific inquiry, and we must do it to ascertain the truth. So things varies. So we are looking at classification of things, but here in terms of relief regions of Ghana, and we are basing our facts on the nature and the distribution of rocks formation, which the land is built. So the land of Ghana is built on geological formation, the Quaternion, the Bremian, and so many things that we talk about. So we are going to talk about how the nature of the rocks has created the kind of highlands and lowlands that are found there. Okay. And it's also based on the intensity and the period of occurrence of the earth movement that has been experienced within those areas. And lastly, the nature and the processes of weathering, erosion, and deposition that has taken place over that long period till present day. So these are the things that we are going to look at for in terms of relief. So quickly look at the map there. Unfortunately, this map should have been a colored map so that we show the thing clearly. How many of you have traveled to other countries for education or for teaching and have come back to Ghana? Or you have experienced teaching specifically maybe US, UK, Canada, Australia, and places that Ghana has common teaching distant with? You see that the way they teach is quite different from Ghana. Like this one that we are doing, it's more of theoretical. In the environment, it's more pure, like practical. For instance, this one is supposed to be an integrated map or interactive map where you can just touch it and then the thing will pop up. You see it in terms of colored, okay? And the rationale for studying this, maybe for archaeological studies purposes or for historia or something, so that each of you pick one of the philosophies behind the teaching of this particular one. Unfortunately, the one that we are doing in Ghana is like, I don't want to say 3rd grade education, but it's purely based on like too theoretical. What's the meaning of all this? You get it. But that's the structure of our educational system. However, those of us who are doing practice, those of us teaching, we can make it more practical. So you can sketch map of Ghana. I don't know how skilled you are. Those of you who can sketch maps, you have to learn them. They are skills. You can also use GIS tools to, for example, ArcMap, ArcGIS, for an example, to design maps and do that dot so that will pop up. But you need laptop to do that, else you can't do. Okay, there are so many courses you can do and it will give you better information to this. And so in terms of relief, we call it physiographic map of Ghana or physiographic regions of Ghana. Simply means physical and graphic. So you are adding physical and graphic nature. So you call it physiographic. So this is physical map of Ghana, and we are adding that of graph to it. That's why we call it physiographic map of Ghana, or we call it relief map of Ghana, or we call it yes, relief map, physiographic regions, or whatever of Ghana. So please study the map well and identify areas where we have forest Dasete Plateau, we have coastal plateaus, we have South Voterian Basin, we have Buim Ranges, we have Voterian 1, 2, we have Savannah High Plains, and then we have Gambaga Escarpments. Please just note them, because in the next slides, it means I have to come back. Unfortunately, I'm using phone. So coming back and going forward will be very distracting for me. However, if you know where they are, so see Togo ranges. So you can see Togo there at the downside. So you can see coastal plains. Then you can see Dasete Plateau where it is located. You can see South Voterian Plateau. You can see Voterian Basin, the big way where Volta River occupies. So you call it basin. Okay. And then we also have Savannah High Plains. Then we have Gambaga Escarpment. Of course, there will be other highlands. In fact, these are called physiographic, like highlands, like relief regions of Ghana. So basically, that's what we are going to describe and then talk about them. Okay. So the first one, we are going to talk about coastal plains. So please turn your attention, go to the map and turn your attention to coastal plains, where it is located. So we are going to, in exams, they can tell you to sketch a relief map of Ghana and show maybe 2 physiographic regions. So you can decide to look for coastal regions and show it with, as they have done there, and maybe do arrow or sign something to name it, that this is coastal plain. When you mention that one, then you talk about characteristics. So one, you talk about where it is located, the vegetation type, the type of highland that is located, the economic activities, importance of maybe those ones, and you are done. Okay, let's move on and see. You will see all of them here.
So please, I
So
think mostly when we are dealing with the map, we normally draw the key to define the map. So if it will be appropriate, yeah, in drawing the map, you draw the key so that the key will define what the map is
yes,
talking about.
that's fine. All maps are having keys, so you must sketch map with key, unless you can also sketch map without keys. A typical example is the one that they have done. Unfortunately, they didn't use different colors or box or shapes to indicate anything. However, they just use the name. I think because this is black and white, if it were colored, the colors would differentiate them. So you can also shade. At times you shade it in a different maybe way. That then you name it there, which is also okay. It's also allowed. Or you do it, you bring the key, then you do the shading along the key, or maybe a box to indicate each of them where they are located. That is also okay. So I think when you are doing cartography and surveying, the one that you think will be appropriate, then you will pick them.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I've just downloaded some from online, then which has the various colors you're talking about, and I've
Yes.
posted on a thematic platform. I don't know whether that is the correct thing or not, but somebody who has done geography or whatever can check for that to confirm.
That's fine.
It has all the
That's
colors,
fine.
and then it
So
has the coastal areas, the northern areas.
good.
Coastal
Good.
is plain white. The rainforest areas, the northern savannah, forest zone,
Good.
coastal zone, Sudan savannah. Sudan
Okay.
savannah at the top northern side. I
Okay.
don't
I
know
think
whether what I have
that
here is
one
correct
is
or not.
vegetational zones of Ghana.
Okay.
This is relief. So here we talk about the physical, like the nature of the land. that is found there. But of course, the land contains plants and animals. So we talk about that one, the economic activities, and then the type of plant and others. But there's also a vegetation that you go and talk about. So don't worry, when you reach there, I think, but you can make reference to, because it's the same location that we are talking about, right? Unfortunately, because I'm using this, so I can't go back and look at the one that you have sent. But maybe after this class, you can do independent studies. So your independent studies, you use the map and add it to whatever that you have. I think that will provide a very useful information for us. So first, when you name it coastal plains, you should tell us where it is located. So you say that it extends about 80 kilometers inland in the east and west, and less than 16 kilometers near Winneba and Accra. So basically, you say that it's located around Winneba, Accra. That's all. Case closed. If you can give us the statistics and say 80 kilometers inland, and then not more than 60 kilometers around Accra and Winneba, too, that's fine. Okay, so just tell us the location. Where is it located? It is found here. Next one, the plain is divided into two categories or sections. We have the southeast coastal plains of Accra. Okay, and so in the notes, we are going to describe the first one, which is the southeast coastal plains of Accra. And then we also have another one, we call it the plain west of Accra. So southeast of Accra and the west of Accra. These are the two main ones that we are going to talk about. So let's describe the first one and look at where that one is located. So it says that one is a very flat and carries very few isolated hills. Okay, a typical example is Shai Hills, Robo Hills, Ningo, and Osuduku Hills. In fact, they are also called insurbs. Earlier on, I told you that small, high isolated areas are called insurbs. If they are found along the coastal areas, we call them insurbs. Okay. And the typical examples are Shai Hills, Krobo Hills, Ningo Hills, and Osuduku Hills, right? They are also called hills because the heights are similar to the height of a hill. They are not that tall, mostly 60 to about 80 meters high. Yes, they classify as lowland areas. Unfortunately, there's another thing that you can also use to know that area. You normally use the height. All areas that are less than 250 feet, okay, we classify the areas as lowland areas. All areas that are above 250 to about 750 to about 800 feet are classified as uplands. And then all areas above 800 and 900, let's say 900 or 800 and above, are called highlands. So you see that along the coastal areas, all the areas fall within the lowland areas. So every highlands or every lands that are there falls under hills, okay, in suburbs, anti hills and co. That's how
Please,
it is, basically.
I would like, I would like to ask. So does that mean those places are below sea level?
No, when you
The
say a place is
lowlands.
below sea level, it means that it is in the sea.
Okay. Okay.
So they are
Okay.
along the coastal areas, or they are along the sea belt, or
Oh.
they are at the sea level. Anything that is below sea level means you are going into the sea. You are bypass the sea. You are going down.
Okay.
Is it okay to you? So we have what
Thank
is
you.
called below sea level and above sea level. Above sea level means dry land. Below sea level means you have to walk in the water down into the sea. Is it clear, please?
Yes, please. Well noted.
Yes. And remember, I didn't say they are below sea level, so I said they are lowlands. So lowlands are those that are closer to the sea. Okay. And they are the lowest point. In fact, the lowest point of land is the sea level. That's the lowest point. But if you go down into the sea, then below sea level, that's the sea level, you are bypassing it, you are going into the sea. Remember, there are so many landforms in the sea than even on the land. And one of the most important one is Mariana Trenches. It is the one of the deepest, what do you call it, level or the lowest point on Earth. It is in there. Again, the highest mountain on earth is in the sea. I think they called it Moana Kiev or so. I've forgotten the name well, but it's Moana Kiev or so. It is in the sea. About 90% of that um, highland is within the water. Only few ones appears on the air surface. However, Mount Everest is the highest mountain on land because it is on the land. That's the difference. So maybe a time will come. I will, when we are doing something, I will explain it to you.
Hello,
Okay.
sir.
Yes.
I would want to ask a question. What about the Highlands? I think for now, what I know is Nepal is the highest land, and then when we are to talk of the low or deepest part of on Earth is the Mariana Trench. So what you can say about the Everest Mountain, Everest, and then the other stuff, or what from researches right now the highest land or the tallest mountain on Earth is going to be the Nepal. So what of the Everest we are talking about and then the other stuff? Can you just see it well?
Surprisingly, I don't know whether I'm the only one who is not hearing you well, but I think what I can do best is that let's write our questions down. Maybe at a point I'll stop and then you ask the question so that I can get time to explain all to you once. But let me just use 1 minute, seconds to maybe 20 seconds to say it again. I'm saying that the deepest or the lowest point or the deepest level on Earth is Mariana Trenches. It is in what do you call it? I think is it in Indian Ocean or where? I've forgotten. That's the deepest level.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
lowest
that
you can go. Then
I know.
when we come to the highest mountain on earth, it's supposed to be Mauna Kea because that mountain, if you measure it from the base, is taller than Mount Everest. Mount Everest is on land. It's not in the sea. So all of them appear. So you measure from the base and then Mount Everest is the highest on land. That's all that I'm saying. So we have on land and on earth. On earth means you take the whole earth into consideration. On land, you are talking about continent, on dry land, nothing else again. So I think later I will take time and explain it to her. But this is just by the way, so it's not part of what you are supposed to learn. So just know that I was just mentioning some Isabels and this thing, that these are some of the examples of hills or isolated hills that are found. Isolated means they are seated or they are far from each other. Okay, so you move, for example, if you are from Cape Coast to going to Takrad, you see some isolated hills, okay, sitting somewhere. Yes, they are mountains or small. Maybe initially they were supposed to be mountains that have been eroded to that small level. Okay. Then he said that generally the elevation, with the exception of the Instabase, is around 75 meters above sea level. So you see that above sea level has come here, meaning on dry land, okay, or on land, right? Then we move on and say that at some places on the coastal areas, the land is below sea level. Below sea level means you are going into the sea. So for an example, you can get a certain island which is below sea level. So islands are a piece of land that has been surrounded by water. So you can get some flat land surfaces that the land has been enclave or has been surrounded by seawater. And that land will be below sea level because if you measure it from the level of the sea, where the land ends with the sea, then it will be below sea level. So that's the difference between the two. I don't know if it is okay. Then it says that between Accra and Songao Lagoon or Songa Lagoon. The coastal land is often cleft, but further east, the land or the coastal area is fairly smooth without cliffs. So there are some places along the coastal areas that has a lot of cliffs. Cliffs are a very steep surfaces of land, okay, where the land have maybe steep sided, such that if you want to pass there, you have to jump. You cannot walk on the surface. So they are very steep sides. And those things are mostly along so many areas from Winneba, even from Cape Coast to Takoradi, Elmina, Salt Pond. You can get so many of them there. And so they say that they are marked by sandbars. Okay, and sandbars are those that are normally used to cross maybe a lagoon and a sea. Okay, so you have the sea will accumulate sand, and then the sand will heap up and block the sea water that is entering a nearby lagoon, and that will be a sandbar. Okay, it will be like a bar that is lying there. And then they also say that a typical examples are Keita, Volta, what do you call it, Delta, and then some are lagoons and Keita Lagoon. And then we can add Fosu Lagoon in Cape Coast. It's also another example. Okay. Then please, there's a picture there. I think that one is a video one. Sorry, it's a colored one that we can see. We have headlands, we have arc, we have cave, and then we have stack, and then we have stamp, and then we have beach, we have a bay. I don't know whether time will permit to explain all, but I will do. Which one does you do understand so that I will explain? For a headland, it's just like a land that is portraying into a sea that you can walk into the sea. Okay, just look at the one there. You can walk even into the sea and you still walk. Then an arc is a hole that is a deck or that is between a headland or a stack or something like that. And that is how it is. And then a cave is a place that has been sunk down into, so you can be walking along the coastal areas and you see that the land has sunk into the sea. You call that one a cave. And then a beach is a land between a sea and a dry land. I'm saying it again. You see, please turn attention to a beach. There's a difference when somebody says I'm attending beach. You see, there's some particle that has been deposited by the marine water or the sea water. That small whitish thing, before you can clamp up to where maybe there's the coconut and others, that deposit of the sand is what we call the beach. So there's a difference between a beach and a coastal area. Please, is it okay? Then we also have what else again? A bay. A bay is just a water that has sunk into the land. So a typical example is the one there. You see that there's two headlands and then there's a bay, something like water passing through into the land. Okay. Then we also have a stack. A stack is a tall land, a resisted land that is standing in the sea. And normally this causes a lot of problem for ships and boats. It can cause capsize of ships and what do you call it? Ocean machines or ocean vehicles. For example, boats, ships, and co. Recently, there was a boat disaster some in Volta region. May our sisters and brothers so rest in peace. I don't know whether it was, I don't know the cause, but mostly the stamp, the stack, and those things are the thing that cause disaster and the growing of weeds. Because once they are growing, then they can be like a stump or a tree. So when it's moving and it hits it, then it can cause disaster on the sea. And the difference between a stump and a stack is that a stack is a tall one and normally big, but the stump normally is a small that has been eroded within. So you'll be moving and you may not see most of them. That's the difference between them. I don't know what else again. So I think that's okay. That's okay. If you have a question, please write it down. Later we come back to it. Then the second one, so we are talking about coastal plains and we talk about east of Accra. So we are done with the east of Accra. We go to west of Accra. So with the case of west of Accra, it is a flat. We all know already that those areas are flat lands. Okay. And those flat lands are lowland areas. Mostly they are lowland areas. And so here we are saying that the land is not flat but undulating. Undulating means it will be rising and falling small, but not entirely flat. In fact, no land on Earth surface is flat. All lands are a little bit rising and falling. Okay, you can get some small area that is even, that's flat land, especially if you want to build your house. Then you look for flat lands and then you build it so that it will be okay for you to have road and maybe other facilities and access. So they say that some places have hills and they rise almost undulating from the ground plains. And various type of rocks are also found here, with widespread spread of granite. So granites are mostly those that has been washed and has maybe accumulated down there. Then it continues that the coastal lines are characterized by small bays and headlands. Now you know bays and headlands, okay, and often cleft in numerous places, which is possible. Yeah, you can get steep areas that you cannot walk, so you have to either jump into the sea or something. But those things are usually dangerous and they don't do it. So along the coastal areas, they have beach. Some beaches are very flat areas. For an example, Salt Pond Beach, for an example, and then Brewer Beach, where a lot of people go during Easter time. That place too is flat. Then Brenu Beach in Cape Coast, is it Brenu area? And then places like Abetes Palace in after Cape Coast. That place, it has some time ago, some students went for beach and they never came. So those places are very undulating and steep slopes around those areas. So please, when you are going for beach, look for places that you can get flat. You can walk into the sea for very long distance. The people can still see you, okay? And you should have maybe what do you call them? Coastal guys who, in case of in need, they can save you. So always be guided with safety protocols, which is more important. Then west of Azim, so here still along the coastal areas, west of Azim, the coastline is smooth, low-lying, and marked by sandbars. So sandbars, you know already, those are things that are used to, it's a long stretch of sand that has been accumulated by the seawater along the coastal areas. They either have a bay or no cliffs, or cliffs. Some have bay, some do not have, or some even don't have cliffs at all, which is also okay. Good. Then the next one is forest deserted plateaus. Okay. And they say that this the physiographic region or this physiographic regions is underlain by Precambrian rocks of the Brimian and Taquan formation. So the rocks that has been deposited in forest deserted areas are the Precambrian ones, and they have been deposited from the sediments that is also from the Brimian and then the Taquian formation. So he said that many years of erosion has reduced the area to uniformly low height of between 240 to about 300 feet above sea level. Okay, so still we are talking about the land. The area is reduced uniformly by the erosion at the area. And remember, once it's a sediment, it means there must be erosion. Because erosion will do the sediment and then take some rocks to different places. Then the thick forest undergrowth restrict erosion to the river channels. So there are some places that are undergrowth. Undergrowth means some small vegetations are there and very difficult for the sun to erode past them. So they restrict the channels from flowing or transporting those rock particles for a long distance. And then it continues that different rocks give rise to different types of relief, which is also true. So, for an example, the granite rolling landscape is found over lower Permian rocks. So, those areas that are gentle rolling or areas that you can gently walk, some places when you get there, no one will tell you to run. You have to run small because it's somehow steep or maybe somehow steep gentle. But some places are steep, they say is a little bit gentle ruling. So you can walk small, okay, and then maybe you bypass the surface. And they are said that they are mostly from lower Brimian rocks. Then again, the hills of lower Brimian rocks are rounded and stand about 60 to 90 meters above flat valleys. So if you have areas with valleys are places that have maybe like a dugout or a hole. Some are created by crater, some are by volcanic activities, some are by denudation processes, and then some are by wearing wind, and then some too they are by maybe the movement of the earth. So many things happens and it creates those ones. So one of the largest one, the crater one, for example, one of the largest one is Quatara Depression. I think that's the largest on Earth, and it's found in Sahara Desert. Okay, and it was believed to have created by that. Then the next one say that the hills of Upper Brimian rocks are steep-sided and rise up to about 240 meters above the broad, flat bottom valleys of the land. So basically, those areas are flat, a little bit flat, and then there are some valleys, but those areas that are of steep-sided or lower gentle hills, they are above 240 meters or around 240 to about 90 meters, from 90 meters to about 240 thereabouts. So you see all those areas fall within the lowland areas. Good. Then they say that these hills are usually capped with iron pan and basaltic rocks. Okay, so here, with bauxite, but normally bauxites are contained in rocks. So we call them rocks bearing minerals. And so they say that over the Takoyan rocks, topography is rugged and hilly rather than smooth and flat and gentle undulating. So though some places you consider them to be uniform, but when you go to Takwa, for example, the Quaterian rocks, the topography is not that so. It is rugged. Rugged means a very sharp, steep lands are rising from the ground, okay? And they are very hilly, okay? Very undulating and very steep-sided as well, as compared to other places that are gentle and flat. So that is, though some January, the places like a gentle sloping rolling, but other places are very rugged and very undulating as well. Then we have the Savannah High Plains, okay? And so here, it says that widespread rocks are granite. So basically, they are made up of granite rocks. Erosion in the region is by sheet flooding and rising more gently ruling topography. So because they are weathered rock particles, usually what they do is that the erosion will carry them and then the flood erosion or sheet flooding will come along. So when it rains once in a while, then the erosion will carry over the sediment and then gently root the land surfaces or the topography. So here they say the topography is gently ruling than the forest dissected areas. So just description. And then the average height of the plane is around 180 to 300 meters. See, this one too is not all far away from lowland. So now you are getting from lowland to about the uplands, right? So 300 meters above sea level. Then they say that there are some interbex of Brimian rocks or the granites that are located on high plains. A typical example is found around Tumu areas. Okay, so those of us around Tumu areas, they say there's a high granite plain that can be found there. So those around the area, who has spotted this highland? If you have spotted a highland, Biman highland granite rocks located around Tumu, let us know and then give us direction to the place. You can mute yourself and talk if you have experienced that or you know the place. Okay, I hope next time you all travel as geographers. In fact, geographers travel. Once you are doing this, you consider you to be a developing geographer. You are now learning a small. Are you people geography students or social studies students? Sorry.
Social studies.
We are social studies students.
Yeah, social studies students.
Oh, okay. So most of these things that we are teaching you, when you go, you abandon them. Or
No, we still
I'm
learn.
even shocked.
No, not really.
Oh, we have a
We
gist of
integrate
it.
them.
Wow,
We don't
that's fine.
abandon
But when
them.
you go in social studies, you do what they call
Most of them
tourism.
are fine.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yes,
when you
yes,
go,
yes.
you are teaching tourism.
Most of them are.
Remember to tell the students there are some places of interest they can visit, like granite rocks. Those are
Sure.
commander. There's a commander stack, for an example. It's a coastal landform. that people can come and visit. The beach, you can take your student to beach, but please, you see consent of their parents first. Let them write letters to them for their parents to sign, so that when something happens, either by accident or by any other thing, you'll be safe. So let their parents sign a consent form and take them along to see and visit a very nice places like Costa, the beach. Some they have not seen before, especially those of us from the northern Ghana. Some of the children have never seen or feel sea water before. You take them along the area where I'm sitting. I'm in Sultan Run. I can see the sea, and when you are describing the sea to the students, they can easily remember what they saw and then write something. But if you do it theoretical like I'm doing it right now, students will never like geography or social studies because it's more of abstract. Okay, so take them there, show them what is plain, what is lagoon, what is lake, what is this, and they themselves can describe it because seeing is believing. I hope you know that.
Yes, please.
So,
And so don't go and abandon the geography that we are teaching you. Take some
okay.
parts and then include them in your topic, social studies topic, and it will help you to make you round teacher. So you people are biased geography students, or I don't know how we should call you. You are just borrowing some small concepts. Then it means I have to run faster because you are not going to learn. You are not going to use most of these things. But areas of interest, I think I'll pay more attention.
Okay.
Okay. So then it continues. The next one is Votean Sandstone Basin. That's another one. And basically, it says that it occupies the basin of about 112,760 square kilometers and made up of gentle dipping of flat bedded sandstone, shales, and marlstone. Okay, these are rocks, sedimentary rocks that has been deposited and have formed different layers of rocks. In fact, some are metamorphic rocks. Yes, and so it says that extensive erosion had created almost flat and extensive plain between 60 to 180 meters in parts of the basin. That's the south of west winding of Blackwater, and also 180 meters in the part of north of the river. Then it continues that to the west of Oti River, for example, the sandstones are more resistant to erosion and stands out as north-south range of hills. That's about 80 meters to about 300 meters above sea level. So basically, they are describing the Buterian sandstone basin, the occupant or some landforms that can be found there, then the height of those landforms. And then we have the ridge and escarpments bordering the Buterian basin, sandstone basin. So one of them is the southern Voltarian Plateau. Okay, the example of ridges or escarpment of Voltarian Basin. So here they say that the plateau, remember the name is a plateau. Normally when you say plateau, it's a table flat, a table land. Basically, that's what you call a land that looks like a table. The top looks like a table, and then it has sizes. So you can even farm at the top, or maybe you build at the top. Then you move on. Yes. Whose house is located on a plateau? Those of you here. Or who stays on a plateau land surface? And where is it located? Is there anyone here? Or who have witnessed a plateau land, a plateau settlement in Ghana? No one. It's a reading assignment to all of us to go and read and search for what do you call
Hello,
it?
sir.
Yes.
So please, I want to find out if this place qualifies to be a plateau. From Kaswa going to Weja, where Asamoah's building is, the toll booth area.
Weja, is that
Facing
where?
Accra, you're right. Yes. From Kaswa going to Weja, where Asamoah's building is. On your left is the lake, and then on your right is a mountain where there are buildings. Mountain. When you climb the mountain, it looks so flat. On the car, that's what you right.
Oh, okay. In fact, I've seen that area, but I think that area is an Isabek, a high hills. But I don't know whether the top is a plateau like. I've never climbed it and I don't know the top there. So those there, if it is like that, then we can classify it that way, but I've not been to the ground to see.
Yeah, the
So
top
it's
is
a good
a bit
illustration.
where people put up buildings and all that. It is
Oh,
not
okay.
just all that flat, that kind of rough flat stuff some way.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
We have
That's fine.
also in Asafo a plateau land.
Which Asafo? Where?
Sevi Asafo, Western of.
Western of. Oh, okay. What's the name of
Yeah.
the place?
They call it, it's a school. It's in a school.
Okay, what's the name of the school so that you can visit there one day?
Asafo Roman Catholic GHS.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Any
Hello,
other one
Doc. Yes,
against this?
I am also from the Chrome precisely.
Okay. What's the name of the
Uh,
town?
a part of the area there is the
Okay.
plateau.
Please, the name of the town and the region and the districts.
Educhrome is the region.
Okay. Edukrum, Eastern region. That's fine.
Yes,
That's
it's
fine.
part of the Kapu region.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So when you are teaching your children, you remember all these areas and include them. If possible, use your phone to download pictures of those areas. Don't go outside Ghana. Give them examples in Ghana first, and then Africa before you go to your animal hometown, foreign countries, and it will help a lot. Okay. At times, when you go online and you want some information in Ghana, you don't get. But if you know some of it, please let them copy it in their notes. It's an example, and it also said our country. Okay, thank you. So it says that it marked the southern part of the Botean Sandstone Basin, and it's run from southeast to northwest, and it consists of series of escarpments. Okay, and the average elevation. When you say average elevation, you are talking about the height of the area. It's about 450 meters above sea level, and the two sides of the plateau are bounded by scarp. Okay, scarp means when you say scarp, it simply means land that is rising up, right? And the southern facing the scarp is the steeper of the two. So that is the description for the South Woodland Plateau. Then we have the popular one that we know. We call it the Gambaga Escarpment. Please, who is teaching in Gambaga area or where this scarp is? Who is teaching around that area? To give us, to tell us something about Gambaga Escarpment. I've not been there before, honestly. Those who have been there before, can you maybe unmute yourself and teach us something small? Maybe a story or something small about it, or what you know or what you have seen. Anyone here? Or who has traveled to that area and can tell us something about it? Or want us to know something so that you brief us?
Okay, I've been to Gambaga before to sit for my licensure exam, but I used
Okay.
Nalergo escarpments. I passed through the Nalergo escarpments to
Oh,
Gambaga
okay.
Academy to sit for my licensure exam.
Okay. Did you visit Gambaga, the escarpment? Did you visit the escarpment? Or you saw it
No.
alone?
I passed through the Nalergo escarpments, but with the Gambaga escarpment, yes, I equally saw it, but I never went there. But with the Nalergo, I passed through the Nalergo escarpment before I went to Gambaga to sit for that particular exam.
Oh, okay. Surprisingly, that one is not even in books. Gambaga is the bigger one in the area, so that's what is captured. But I know there's another one like that, the Narugu scarp.
Exactly.
Give us some description. How does it look like?
With the Gambaga from Nalergu, those are high.
It seems.
Yeah.
I think you have to position yourself a little bit
it
so
has
that we
required
can hear you.
It seems we are not hearing him.
that are
Yes, sir.
We are
Please, you
not
have to
hearing him.
position yourself well. Unfortunately, we are losing you.
We are enjoying his explanation, but the network is not helping.
Yes.
So
So,
let
sir,
me
if you're able
continue.
to come back, okay.
Let me continue
please can you hear me
where
now?
he stopped. I okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, the one who want to continue and help him, please, I think continue for us.
All right. So I want to clarify something. The escarpment we call Gambaga escarpment. Though that is the name they have given to it, but it is
Officially.
actually located in yes, but it's actually located in a town called Napanduri.
Okay.
That is where the
Napanduri.
Gambaga escarpment. Yeah, Napanduri. That is where the escarpment is actually located. I
Okay.
took my students from Upper East to that place some years back.
Nice one.
Yeah, it's a highland, and when you get to the highland, there is a portion that is very steep that looks like there's a hole below, and then you can. Sometimes when you're on the highland, you even feel afraid to get closer to see deep down the hole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sometimes if you are not even careful, once you are moving towards the whole area, you may even start feeling dizzy. So that is how it
Okay.
is. It's a nice area that, yeah, if we can, we need to visit. But
Yes.
officially, the name is Gambaga Escarpment, but it is located in a town called Napanduri, all in the
Okay.
northeast
And
region.
those people in Napanduri, how do they mention the name, or how do they call that escarp? Or they also call it Gambaga escarpment? Or they have a different name for it?
No, I think they have a name, but at the time we went, we didn't ask the locals. The tour guys too didn't explain much maybe how the locals call it. But it's actually
Okay.
located in the Kwanduri town.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. But those of us who will be going there, when you go, ask them why it's supposed to be Napanduri, but it's rather Gambaga escarpment. And they also ask for the native name of the scarp. It will be different from the official name that we know. And then also ask how the perception, how it came about. You know, normally the local folks know how the thing came into being. They have a cultural way of explaining it. It makes the whole thing fun, okay, and interesting. So when you go, those of us who will be visiting the area after today, you can quickly ask for those questions, how it came into being. Because one time when we went to Lake Bosoncho, for example, they have a way. We all know it's a crater lake, but the people there know how the lake came into being, which has nothing to do with the crater that we were thinking. They have cultural and spiritual way of explaining it, or the formation of the mount, what do you call the lake. So when you go to please ask them, and you get so many. And at times it's a spiritual, what do you call it, home for some people, the people who stay there. And so they can give you the spiritual significance of that one. Some, I remember some time ago, we went to one of the caves and we were made to do donations, and the donation that you make is a spiritual protection that will follow you. Some are for wealth and others. So these are the things that you should ask and then get some significance of. So the student will learn cultural aspects, spiritual aspects, physical aspects, cultural, everything. And then it will help them a lot to understand the world that they find themselves. Okay, so thank you very much, all those who made a contribution. So basically, what is here is not the real thing on the ground. This is in books, what we have been told and made to write. But if you go there, you write something better than what is here. So let's all visit the place. Okay, they say that the escarpment is made up of. The escarpment is made up of a horizontal layers of sandstone. It marks the northern limit of the Voutian sandstone basin, and its trends form east-west in that order, and bounded on the north and the southern bioscarp. The northern facing the scarp is steeper or more abrupt. The southern facing scarp descends to the Butean sandstone basin and forms series of giant steps. Okay, these are all just description. But I think if you have been there physically and they tell you to describe it, you can write it the way you understand, probably better than this. Then there's another one we called the Kuyapim Togo ranges, which I've told you, ranges are series of mountains in line or in chains. And so they are folded mountains forming the eastern border of the Butean Sandstone Basin. And they start near the mouth of Denu River and run in the northeastern direction across the Volta region and Republic of Togo and Benin to the valleys of Niger River, for an example. And then the average height of that mountain is 450 or slightly 450 above sea level. The height, however, rises above that to about 600 and 900 meters near Ghana-Togo border. Mount Afajato is a typical example and one of the ridges, and it's about 872 meters high and found near the border. And the range consists of Togo series of rocks. So these are basically the highland that we are describing. And the highland, as we know, are rocks, basically. And here, the height somehow is around 450, that's the lowest point, and then the highest is about 872. And a typical example is Mount Afaja. And I'm also told Mountain Afaja too is also called Mountain Afaja. These are brothers and sisters from Volta region, those around Mount Afaja too. I'm told mountain, when you say Mountain Afaja too or Mount Afaja too, it means you are saying mountain, Jatu. And so they called it Mount Afaja instead of mountain because Jato means mountain. Can somebody educate us on that, please?
No, the two that means mountain. So there are in every the two means mountain. Afaja. So we
Please, I can't hear you. I don't know whether colleagues can hear you.
The two means mountain. The two means mountain.
Okay.
That's all it's now.
Since we can't hear him,
I think the one talking, we can't hear you unless you position yourself well or you position your microphone well. Once the sister takes over, and then
The thing is, with our settings, when we say toe means mountain.
yes. So what's the implication and what's the teaching or what is the education you want to give us?
So when you say afaja to, meaning you are saying the double thing. Afaja to. So you just say a toe is mountain. So we say afaja. So when you say afaja to, meaning you are doubling it.
Okay. Sister, you wanted to also add something.
So to my understanding, if you say after, so you don't need to say.
Please, can you let the lady talk? When you finish, then the gentleman will come. I think so far she's the only one talking. Next time I'll be mentioning the names of the females to talk. Female teachers. That's nice.
what I
Yes,
know
madam,
is that,
please proceed.
in a way, to means mountain. So if you are saying mountain Afaja, so it means you are saying Afaja, like Afaja, mountain. So you either take one, you either say mountain Afaja or Afaja too.
Fine. That's nice. So the one that is written in the book here, like Mount Afajatu, meaning it's wrong. So you should call it Mount Afaja or Afajatu. Simple.
Yes, please.
So authors, those who have been writing books for us at the basic school and secondary school, kindly let's review our notes and quickly change the name because this is a Ghanaian what do you call the system, and we can change it at any time that suits us. So in books, let's do this education. In classroom, let's do the education and start changing the name from Mount Afaja to Mount Afaja or Afaja. Simple. Would that be okay for all of us, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. The gentleman who didn't talk, there will be a time for you to also speak. I think we can proceed. Thank you for your contributions. So after that, then we talk about the drainage. So we are done with the what do you call the physical description of the relief. So we talk about the drainage. Normally, when you say drainage, talk about water bodies. So we are going to talk about water components of Earth. Sorry, water parts of Ghana, where there are water bodies, their names and co. We call the drainage systems of Ghana. So here it said that all major rivers in Ghana flow into the sea. And this is a fact. All major rivers. When you say major rivers, we are talking about big rivers like Cobra and Co. They say that major. So we have minor rivers and major rivers. When you do studies of map, they will tell you, you see examples of minor rivers. Normally, minor rivers flow into other rivers, or minor rivers flow into major rivers, and major rivers flow into oceans or seas. That's how it is. So all major rivers usually do not have source, but they rather joined or they are from other water bodies. And we call them minor rivers. And then those minor rivers form major rivers, and then they converge into the sea or they flow into the sea. That's how it is. So it says that the only internal drainage is the one around Lake Bosomtwe. So those of you, Lake Bosomtwe is okay. Who is from Ashanti region and who teaches around Lake Bosomtwe, or who is from that area, or anyone who has visited the area should give us education on Lake Bosomtwe. Those from Ashanti region sell Lake Bosomtwe to our brothers in Accra, Takoradi, and Northern Ghana, and then Sunyane. They have not seen it before. So somebody should do advert about Lake Bosomtwe to attract them. Recently, the current Ashanti regional minister want to make the place one of the best tourist sites. And so that is what you call Ashanti region minister he's a young man and he's really doing well. I just appreciate the way he does things. But he's so fanciful for social media and it attracts a lot of people and attention. So let's do advert and people should visit Lake Bosomtwe so that those in Ashanti region or areas you can get more revenue. Who is doing it for us? Hello, who is speaking to speaking about Lake Bosomtwe and telling us or educating us something he or she has learned about it? Oh, no one has visited Lake Bosomtwe before.
Okay, I have not visited before, but I've also heard something about it.
Okay. And
The
tell us something.
what I learned about this is that it's like a crater that is formed uh, from the falling of I think either comet or something that hit
Yes.
the surface of the earth, and
Okay.
thereby creating that hole over there or the crater.
Okay.
So along the line, water gathered in it, and
Okay.
then as you know, the water cannot is bounded by land around, so it becomes a lake, and that one is
Okay.
natural. Yeah, that is all that I know
Okay.
about it. Mhm.
That's fine. Thank you. Any other person? What's the time
I've,
now?
I've been there before, but during the days of SHS.
That's nice. Yeah, give us a
And I was part of the cadet, so we walk around the whole lake.
okay.
And when you go there, there's about more than 15 towns surrounded the lake. And many of these towns have washed away because of the expansion of the lake.
Okay.
One interesting thing about the lake is that there's a big tree in the middle of the lake, and at the same time, different type of tree has also started growing on that big tree in the inside the lake.
Okay.
So when you go there, like this town that is around the lakes, every town has a place that you go with, maybe when it comes to maybe recreational times and blah blah blah. But the one which is most popular is the Abono. That Abono too is also a town. But for them, it's like they have branded their own so much that everybody going to Bosomtwe will go to
will go there. Okay.
Meanwhile, the other towns too, they also have their own, but it's like the investor has invested much in Abono so much. So anytime there's everything, they use the Abono version.
Okay.
And there is a traditional explanation as to why. Scientifically, they will explain like what my brother explained. That something from the what blah blah blah. In everything, especially in Ashanti region, that's where I'm from. Yeah, I'm from the Central East, Afijasi to be precise.
Okay.
It was told like maybe scientific will have their way, but their traditional they were there. So they, based on what they say it is a one hunter who went for on a day we consider to be a sacred day. Maybe like let's say Sunday or maybe Tuesday, we don't go for this, we don't go to this forest. But this hunter deliberately or either he knows or he didn't know went for the hunt. So as he went, he saw this antelope, that's the okay. So when he shoots the antelope, for them, what they do is that they follow the footsteps of that where the animal will pass. In Ashanti, we call it tremor. So he followed the path, following the blood too as well. And this antelope enter into a small water. So as the hunter to try to enter, it is expanded. That's the tradition. When we were using the Ashanti regional minister as an example, when we went there, this was the explanation they gave us. Some recently, when Ashanti regional minister went there, that little boy who came to give him an explanation, the explanation was different from what it was given. So this means with the Afaja too goes on more research and scientific they are.
I think your line is breaking. I don't know whether I'm the only one or my network here.
Are you getting me? Are you hearing from me?
Yes.
A little thing I can say about Lake Bosomtwe.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So thank you very much for the contribution. Guys, we are all learning, and we are learning something from different tribes and different cultural background. And so when we get to your turn, please, when I say talk, please, you must also talk, okay? And advertise your region and other thing that we can visit to learn from it. So thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. So here, basically in books, this is what we are going to say, that the only river that is internal is, the only internal drainage is Lake Bosomtwe, for instance, where there are small minor rivers that flow into it. And those ones are usually dries up during the dry season. So it's not like a big river always flowing into it, as it will outflow its bounds. So basically, it's not like that. There are small rivers that flow into it during the rainy seasons. And then during dry season, most of them dries out. Okay. Then it says that the rivers valleys show diverse characteristics. Here we are talking about rivers in Ghana in general. Some of the valleys are narrow because they have been cut in hard rocks and are still deepened by swift flow. And some too, the valleys are guided by the direction of relief. Okay. And a typical example is the Morage River flowing east-west along the foot of east-west Kambaga escarpment. So because of the cuts that has been done by the river, by the relief, then it also follow the trend of the relief. The important characteristics of the rivers is their regularity of flow, So for example, some flow intermittently and then some too, they are permanent. So as I said, most of the small or the minor tributaries or distributaries to Lake Bosumchi, for example, they are intermittent. Once in a while they flow, and then others you not see them in the course of the season. But some that are permanent are called rivers. Rivers must flow in all time throughout the year. So a typical example is that of maybe River Pra and Cobra and Co. That's why you call them major river. They should not dry up during the dry season. Always there must be water flowing in them. And then some streams who have their sources of water from springs. Okay, springs are usually water that emanates from the ground. Okay, it just goes up and it flows. And normally it happens mostly during the rainy seasons. And then we also have streams that take their sources from spring and are also assured of certain amount of water and even of certain height during the dry season. In Ghana, I've never seen a big spring during the dry season and still working or still flowing. Mostly during the season, the rainy season. So even some houses, when it rains, you see that the water emanates from the ground and it will be going or flowing. It's common. Then there's a map there. The map is showing, it's a map of river map of Ghana. I think mine is not clearly showing, but in your case, maybe it will come, maybe because of my interface. So later on, you look at better maps with graphics or colored graphics. Okay. So major rivers and their basins. Basins means where they pass or their occupants, occupations. That's the flow. So here they say that the drainage basin or the catchment areas of a river is that continuous stretch of land drained by the river and its tributaries. So all areas along rivers where the river flows, where it takes its distributaries and small rivers from, or the catchment areas are called the river basin or the drainage basin. So you are taking one of them, you call the Volta River, for example. It is the longest and the largest river basin in Ghana. And the basin covers almost 3/4 of the land covered area of Ghana. And then the basin too is subdivided into small basins. So you have the black Volta, you have the white Volta, then you have the Uti, and then the Volta itself. So the Volta itself is the continuation of the black Volta downstream from the confluence with the white Volta. Okay, in fact, this is just a description and I can just skip through quickly because we can also see it and read over. So I don't see how I can explain this further. And so these rivers and their tributaries form the major water river system that we have in Ghana. And then the Volta River itself too has what we call river capture of water system. When you say river capture, you are simply talking about how one river captures the headwater of another river. So let's say I'm River Jima, then we have River Abdo. So I can just move and capture one water, the water of River Raman or Abdo. And in that case, I have captured the headwater of another water or another river. So you call that one river capture. The river have captured another river. Okay. So here it says that it is believed that the black water originally flow from Burkina Faso, flows southwards independently into the sea through the Tein and River Tunnel. So initially that's how it was flowing. However, so he said that there was no link between the black water and the neighboring white water. So initially there was a white water flowing and then there was a black water flowing. The white water joined the Uti, then form a major river and flow downwards to join the sea at Ada, for example. So if you have a map of, please turn to the map of the river map of Ghana. I think this one can easily be seen there. The map that you just bypass, kindly turn to that one and look for where we have the Volta river that we are mentioning, the black Volta and then the white Volta. Yes, on my map I can see it. So you can see the white Volta and then the black Volta. So it is believed that they were flowing independently and later one captured the headwater of another. But let's see how it goes. So let's go to the notes. Whilst you are having the I don't think you can have all the diagram off head, but whilst we are reading, maybe you have a gist of it, and then you go and look at the map, and it will give you more information. So it says that there was a headwater erosion of the tributary of the White Water. This led to the capture of the Black Water by the tributaries of the White Water. So the White Water captured the Black Water from its tributaries, right? And the Black Water flows roughly from west to east instead of southwards. So the direction of the Thames was also reversed from southwards into the Thames River and northwards into the captured river. So when you check the map there's a captured river of the one that we call the Thames River, which has also captured the headwater of Tano, for example. Sorry, the Tano River has captured the headwater of the Thames River because they were flowing independently, and it has captured that one too. Then it says that the direction of the Thames was, sorry, I think that's the last sentence, the White Water and then the Oti. So look at this one too, the White Water and Oti too, there's a river capture. So they say that originally major river and became tributaries of a new major river and was supplied with values of water by the captured Black Water. Okay, so when the Black Water captured the Oti River, then it became new and then supplied the water from Oti into the White Water. So this is what we call the river capture systems of Ghana. So in exams, when they ask you what are some of the examples of river captured water, you should be able to mention White Water capturing Oti, and then that of Tano River capturing Thames River, and I think Black Water also captured that of the White Water in that order. Okay. Now let's move to the next slide. So there's a map there, and this map is colored. I think it's still river map of Ghana. So you can see maybe where some of the rivers join one another. So in the map, for example, you see, please open to where the colored map. So you see River Anu, for example, and River Brim. They join together. So Brim join that of Anu River, and the Anu River join Pra, and then they flow into the sea. Please, have you seen where I'm reading from?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's a typical example of minor rivers flowing into major rivers. Now we see Thames River, which also flow into the Black Water, and then they join the what we call Water Lake. Then the Water River. Then which ones again? Afram too also join the Water Lake. And then what are they? What are the others? So I think you can go through the map and you see a lot. Okay. So the major rivers. So the major rivers are they have Tano and Kubra, and then that of River Pra. So they say characteristically, all these rivers have their sources within the forest. Okay, so you see why Galamsey is a big threat of livelihood and a threat to life, or they call it existential threat to human life or Ghanaian life in Ghana. All water that we have, that we process into towns, cities, metropolitans, and we use by industries are from forests. And minings are taking place in forest reserves of Ghana. That's very dangerous. 2, the tunnel enters the sea in La Côte d'Ivoire. So please, when we turn to the map, you will see that the Tano River entered the sea in La Côte d'Ivoire, and it is true there. So you can just turn to the map and see that. Look at where Bia, for an example, Tano, they all enter the sea at Côte d'Ivoire. So check it well and look at it well. Then the next one, I say that the Pra and Ankubra enter the sea in Ghana. Pra has the longest, it's the largest basin in the closed forest, and the forest rivers are more permanent than that of the Voterian or the water system in the northern Ghana. So you see that when they look at the way they are describing it for you, all the major rivers have their sources from the forests. all the forest rivers are permanent. So it means that if we dry and pollute the rivers in the forest, we are doomed for good. We are not going to get any water, better water to process for industries and livelihood. And so our life or existence of life on earth will come to an end because we are going to eat and drink a polluted water that will kill ourselves. Then we drink it and then we die from that. And so it's a very, they call it existential threat in Ghana. So the rivers are not navigable by large crafts or boats over long stretches because of presence of rapids and waterfalls. In fact, there are something that we call rapids and waterfalls, storms, stack and co. They are all the things like things that will permit navigation of small boats or maybe boats and canoes, ships or small ships from flowing. That's why ships don't take normally rivers unless it's a biggest river. Else they don't use that. They use the ocean because for the ocean there's no way we are going to see that there. Okay. Then, besides the Pra, Tano, and Ankobra, there are other minor rivers with small basins. So, Ayensu, for example, is navigable by small boats, and then it is the source of drinking water for the town people of Uniba. And so, assuming Ayensu is taking a source from forest reserves, and the forest reserves are degraded, okay, by that of Garamsey, what it means is that they are polluting the water, and the town, entire township of Uniba are now going to be in difficulty. Ghana Water cannot process water for them, and it's going to be a very big threat. Those of us in cities, imagine if there's no water, what happens? You know what has come into your head. Where are you going to defecate? How are you going to flush your water? How are you going to get good water for your children? Even when they go to school, where are they going to get water? The food that we eat, what are you going to use to prepare? Assuming you are buying food from outside, the question is, where did they get the water from? And that's a very big threat to all of us. But may I ask you this? We are told there are ghosts in the water. So where are they now? Can they defend the water for us? Guys, where are our gods who stay in the water? Are they gone or they are still there? And what are they doing to help us too?
You know, this fetish priest who guides these rivers. Before these people will go there and start doing their galamsey, these same people will leave them and perform some rituals before these people will start. So nobody will start doing galamsey or start illegal mining without performing these rituals. And it is led by these priests who guide the rivers. So you see, that you are all building. Some go there with cows. They will start all these rituals before they go there. So it's like they talk to the gods. If there is any, they've talked to them. So when they are doing this, the gods are aware.
So does that mean our boss are taking bribes?
I was even about to ask, but the gods too, I'm told they sit and then adjudicate cases. So, for example, if people who are dependent on them are dying because people are polluting the water and they are coming to pacify them so that they give them the way, can't they find other ways to protect us?
The goals are formed for a conference meeting. I think so.
Sorry? Yes, who is talking? Anyway, who is a British priest here?
I said the gods are there.
The gods are there.
Hello, can I
yes.
talk?
Yes,
Hello,
you can talk.
Okay, so I believe that these gods are just striving on cursing people because when you curse people are there,
if they are there, or what all of us have learned from. Please let me land before.
The curses work, but then if it's about the environment, it does not. They are not omnipotent, they are not omnipresent, they are just there.
Okay, but what the other say is saying is that because they have performed some rituals so that they permit them to destroy or take whatever they want, then the gods will also not act because they have been served notice of that. But my worry is they have served notice and they are destroying the area.
I want to say something.
Can they revert it?
There.
Yes.
They are these gods or these spiritual beings are there, and they cannot do nothing on themselves unless by the intervention of a man.
Okay.
So for them, so if somebody cares, they will just accept it. In as much as if somebody is going to do illegal mining and they start foreign libation, they will accept it. So this is the system.
Okay. So meaning that we can also go back after they have said, so meaning after they have specified the goals and they are giving them the way, somebody can go over and then revert the specification and then revert to the original one so that the goals can work.
Yes.
That's fine. Do you have any fetish priest or a spiritualist here who can help us at least so that we can lead the campaign?
Hey, I also have something to say. Can I talk?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so with what Abdul is saying, I believe it is true because there is this place in the German south. There is some river there, and the name is Ban Nanaba. So that place, there is usually accidents. Like whenever there is a flood, like it rains, and then the river becomes plenty, and then people were saying that, and even car accidents and all of that. So people were saying that when they were constructing the roads, they did not perform the necessary rituals to the river, and that they believe that the river is angry because they have killed its children. So it is also taking revenges on people whenever it gets the chance.
Okay.
And it has always been like that. So I cannot believe that what Adol is saying is true because those rivers, there are spirits in them. But then before you can actually enter there to extract minerals and everything from there, there has to be necessary rites being done.
Okay, I think that's true. Thank you. That's true because recently, yes, recently there was that they visited one Garamsey site, and there was a fetish priest who also flew away. So I was saying, Sunday, you are fetish priest. Why did you run away? And then the soldier was telling them that if you have seen him, they will see where the powers and other things lies. So my question is, I wanted to find out those who are spiritualists here, those who can help us. Is it possible that those of you can mobilize yourselves so that the rivers that they have specified and they have gone through spiritual way to maybe allow the gods to, and then the gods have allowed them to destroy, they can revert it, and then the status quo changes, and then maybe the gods can deal with them ruthlessly, then the people cannot go there again. Because the way it is right now, it appears it's overpowered the politicians, it has overpowered the institutions that we have in Ghana, and it has overpowered everything. Look, I was doing a research conference with people from other countries, and they cited Ghana. I think it was in Finland. Yes, and they cited Ghana as one of the most degraded lands. In fact, that guy was from Tanzania. Please, can you control your microphone for us? That guy was from Tanzania, and he was telling us a similar situation in Tanzania, and another one was, I've forgotten the name of the African country, and they were citing Ghana, Joy News documentary. In fact, it was embarrassing. So my supervisor at Finland told me that, Peter, can you react to this? And I have to come and talk. What did I say? I said, now we are putting some measures in place. In fact, it was very bad. He's portraying this thing. So I'm thinking that is it possible that those who are spiritually inclined can help government or fight partner institutions? And so if physical will not work, maybe the spiritual will work, and then we are gone. Wouldn't that be possible?
You see, this spiritual people, they are the most greedy people on earth. They are the most greedy. You see, in 2012, I was in school. I went to a Galamsey site, and they perform a spiritual, some rituals within some hole. And we started making like the good were coming. So the next day we went there, they say another spiritual man has come to revert the whole thing to different.
So the good are gone. Oh.
So they have to go. So you see this.
Oh, your network is breaking. You can't hear
please, can I
you.
contribute?
Unfortunately.
So ask to
Yes.
Yeah, can I contribute?
Yes.
Yeah, please. What I know is that before they go for this galamsey other things, they don't speak the truth. They don't speak the truth. You see,
at the end of
they
the
will
day,
go and beg.
as you go and do this protest.
You see, they will go and beg.
I think two people are talking at the same time.
Yeah, please. Can I contribute?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, please. What I know is that, you see, before they will go to the fetish priest. Then they will go and beg that, oh, we are your children, we are poor, and there's maybe money. We want to come and maybe take some. But they will not go to the extent by saying that we're going to destroy the water body. That's what I know.
But the gods should know that the gods are spiritual, and so when you even come there, they should know what is in your head.
No, they won't. No, they'll just say sweet things.
Anyway, that's okay.
Yeah.
But so meaning that the thing can be reversed. If government want to take steps and maybe get good spiritualists, they can go to all the riversides, revert them, maybe with cases so that if you enter the water, you die and you don't come. Nobody will enter it again. Case closed.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I think this will be the last suggestion so that we move on. Yes,
Yeah.
any female, teacher.
Okay, can I add something?
Yeah, somebody wants to contribute first before you ask the question.
Yeah.
You see,
I think looking at this spiritual aspect, before they will be able to keep these things, I think it should start from the chiefs.
I'm
because
from the
these spiritualists
region,
are
so when
normally
I'm talking,
under the chiefs.
Yes, madam, carry on.
Okay, these spiritualists are normally under the chiefs, and before they will be able to do anything to the to these sacrifices that they do, normally it has to come from the chief. But here the case, before these people move into the communities, they go to see the chief first, and when the chief is normally brainwashed or maybe giving out something, he has a way he talks to the one that will lead in making the sacrifices. So at the end of the day, the right thing is not done. So before these things can be worked on, it's the chiefs that need to be tackled first for the right thing, or maybe educated first for the right thing to be done.
Okay, I get it. That's fine.
I want to chip in. Please allow me to chip in this. I'm in an area, there's a river called
very brief one.
Yeah, and we were told that when you go to Anunu, there are a lot of gold. So people started coming around Ifijasi Asokori area, those who are from there. And these people came with their sample tie, came to test and said, Kai, that place is very rich. They went to see the chief, and the chief permitted them and called the man come for.
Oh, your network is not permitting.
Cover your camera. We can't be listening like
so it has to take 3 days.
Okay, so I think
we will set this machine at place. So this protest led to for them to stop.
Oh, Abdul, sorry, I think your network is not.
This Galamsey
helping.
Sir, please, this river issues, if we are to be on it, we'll spend all our time, so maybe we should continue.
Yes, so I think that's what I was about to say. So, all those who have contributed, I think we can do so in our various communities and then in our various small ways or on our platforms.
So the people in the
and then we move on. I think that one is going to help us so much and is going to guide a lot. So can you permit me to continue? I think we are almost done for today. Our time is almost up. Today, I think we have other things that you should have done. I think on weather, climate, and it continues. It's Unit 2 is bulky. You are almost like halfway through, but what can we do? Maybe when we meet again, the other aspect that so far this is the most a little bit abstract way. The other ones are little one, and you know them. So most of the one I reached, I'll move faster for you. So don't worry if you are not able to finish the two. God willing, we will meet another time and continue. May I ask you this? Okay, let me finish on Lake Bosmoche. So then I'll give you an announcement. So basically, they are saying that Densu River serves as a source of river water for the people in Accra. So the people of Accra, for an example, if Densu River is also polluted, they are in difficulty. And you know how the populated Accra is. And then Lake Bosmoche, for an example, is also a natural lake situated 34 kilometers south of Kumasi, and its internal drainage water system has a surface area of 49 square kilometers and believed to have been created by a crater lake. So it is a crater lake, as our brother said, and it's surrounded by hills that rise about 510 meters high above sea level. And so this is what we can talk about with Lake Bosmoche. Our next lesson is supposed to be on weather and climate. Okay, so we are going to start with that of the climate and then we move. But I think, what's the time? Okay, we have like 10 minutes, so we can do something.
It's 11.
We are supposed to close at 11:10, so we still have like 10 minutes. When it's 2 minutes to the time, I'll give an announcement. Please, after this, do you have another class again?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so when it's 5 minutes to the
Yes.
time, please draw my attention. Okay.
Okay.
So under climate and weather, we are going to talk about weather conditions in Ghana and then talk about climate conditions of Ghana. But we are starting with the climate. Okay. And it says that there are some factors that influence climate of Ghana. The notable among them are latitudes and relief. Okay, so Ghana, as we have already said, is located entirely within the low latitude. That's latitude 5 degrees north and 11 degrees north. That's where it is. And because we are within the low latitudes, temperatures are very constant and high, and the rays of the sun rays are always vertical. So normally when you say low latitudes, we are talking about, but before then, let me educate you on latitude. Latitudes are imaginary lines on Earth's surface, okay? Imaginary means they are lines that we imagine them, but they are not there. You cannot see them, right? But technically or geographically, latitudes are imaginary lines, or we say they are lines drawn on what do you call it, maps, and they move from left to right. That's the basic definition. Okay, we are latitude, like they lie down, so they are from left to right or they are from right to left. So when you are drawing any curve and the curve, you are drawing any line and they lie down, they are called latitudes. But when you want to define them geographically, then you say they are lines on Earth's surface, or they say they are imaginary lines on Earth's surface. Okay, and that are drawn from east to west on the globe. That's also accepted, or on Earth surface is also accepted. Okay, and we are saying that Ghana, it starts from 0, then it continues 0, then it continues up to 90 degrees north. And then there's another one that starts from 0 up to 90 degrees south. So we have from 0 to 90, but Ghana is within the lower level. The lower one is 5 and that of 11. So imagine from 0 to 90, and then we are around 5 and 11. So it tells you that we are within the lower level. That's why they are saying that the lower latitudes, okay? And all the lower latitudes, in fact, from 0 degrees to about 23.5 degrees north and south, temperatures are always high. The places temperatures are low are from between 24.5 up to about 60 degrees. Those ones are moderate one, and then the low temperatures are along the poles. Okay, so we have what is called the tropical areas or the sunny areas, and then we also have the temperate areas. And then we also have the one that you call the frigid zones. So the temperate areas are those with what do you call it? Moderate or like European areas. You call the temperate areas. And then tropical areas are where constant sun radiation. And then frigid zones are areas with what do you call it? Ice. So like Antarctica, Arctic, the North Pole, and then the South Pole. Okay, so those areas temperatures are low. In fact, the whole year there's no sun. Some you cannot even see the sun, and the sun appears small such that you can't even feel it. So the place is always freezing. That's why there are blocks and ice there. But in temperate area, what do you call it? In tropical areas, temperatures are always high. Okay, so we continue that Ghana and West Africa generally, temperatures are between hardly fall below 20 degrees. So our temperatures are around 18 to about 36, 38 degrees. It's not easy. Today, for example, it's really the sun at Southern is very high, and it's almost like around 37, 40 degrees. Very sunny afternoon. Okay, so that tells you that that's where Ghana lies, lower latitudes. And then in terms of relief, Ghana is influenced by relief in terms of temperature and rainfall. Okay, so in basic school, you were told that the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. So areas of high areas or high relief, temperatures are low, and areas of low relief, temperatures are high. So it means the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. However, this happens only within the troposphere. You know, in the atmosphere, it has been divided into layers. So you have the troposphere, the stratosphere, the mesosphere, the exosphere, then it continues. So that the higher you go, the cooler it becomes only exists in the first layer of the atmosphere called the troposphere. In the stratosphere, the higher you go, the hotter it becomes. Okay, and then it reverses in that way. So always when you are teaching the children, let them know it only occurs in the troposphere, the first layer. That's about it's about 24,000 kilometers upwards. Yes, that's within that range also. And then it ends. So let's see how it also influences. So it says that areas like Equiapem Togo hills or ranges, they have low temperature due to the elevation. So you see that those of us in Ebri, the areas are high. Those of us in Agogo, the areas are high. Mampong, areas are high. Equiapem, areas are high. Ekropon, areas are high. Please, can you give me areas again? Mount, this one, give me. Where Mount Gibin? Is it Amajope? Yes, the areas are very cold. I've been there once. Please give me
Abetifi,
other areas
Abetifi,
where the elevations are high and temperatures are low.
Abetifi, Kwa Abetifi.
Apetifi, yes, it's also high area, so temperatures are low. Which one again?
Every cold.
Sorry, Eburi. Yes, we've mentioned Eburi. Which other area again? So all these areas, because the elevation is high or the relief or the highlands are up, people are settled on top of the highlands. The temperatures are low. Okay, that's why when the white came, because they are from cold environments, they are from Europe. So the temperatures that they were looking for temperature that is an ideal and conducive for them. And that's why they settle in Abetifi, they settle in Agugu, they settle in what do you call it? Eburi, then they settle in Ekropon and those areas because those areas the temperatures were ideal and a little bit cold for them to manage. Okay. Then they say that they also have relatively high rainfall. So those areas too believed to have high rainfall. So areas where you have high relief, the rainfalls believed to have been a little bit higher or it rained heavily. Then we also have other factors that influence climate of Ghana, which you call it the air masses or the movement of continental tropical boundaries. Okay. Basically, there are so many air masses that flows around. So here they say that the air masses are large bodies of water. Here you say large bodies of air in which temperature and humidity are fairly uniform. Okay, so they are defining what is air masses. And they say air masses
Please,
may be thick or thin.
I want to remind 4 minutes to the time.
Okay, thank you. So I think I was on the air
I wish
masses.
we could continue. So next time when we meet, we continue from there.
No problem. So basically today we've talked about the relief of Ghana, and then we talk about highlands and lowlands, and then we have also talked about the characteristics of Ghana. We talk about some history where people migrated and settled in Ghana, and then we have also talked about some geological formations of Ghana. We talk about Precambrian rocks, Paleozoic rocks, Mesozoic rocks. We talk about Cenozoic rocks. Then we've also talked about drainage systems, where we can have major rivers and their drainage basins, and then some important what do you call it, rivers, or you call them the major rivers. And we started looking at what is called weather and climate, and we said Ghana is basically influenced by some factors that influence the climate. So we just mentioned two of them. One is called latitude, another one is called relief. Then the third one is air masses. So we have explained what is latitude and then what is relief of area, and we were about to go to the air masses. So I think this is all that the time will permit, and we will bring the lesson to a close here. Last time I'm told please announcements or before announcements. Any question first? Sorry. The question should be brief, and if you have suggestions, very brief one, so that I can give an announcement.
Okay, so I want to ask if the remaining slides for the lesson will be given to us before we'll be meeting online, or we would have to wait till when we have a class, then we'll give it to us.
Yes, I've answered it by saying I'll give it to you in advance. Please, I'm told you all have one platform. Add me to that platform where I think we have Sunyani, Zenith in Accra, also Holy Church and other places. Please, if you have one common platform, add me to that platform. That's where you do a lot of interaction. I told you that I'm free, I'm on vacation, so Monday to Friday, this week and next week, I'm available. The other week, I can't guarantee. So if you have any question that you want to ask during the day, you can send message. But please don't send private ones. Send it to the platform so that when I answer it, other people can also learn from that. If you have past questions, another thing, you can send it there, and then you people can also ask questions about it. I'll upload questions, what do you call it, the slides for you there. If there's an announcement, I'll give it to you there. Apart from that, I'm told the last year's own, they bought books. So those interested, because this is a slice. I think last year we didn't give them the slides, but I'll talk to my boss, and going forward, I'll be sharing the slides with you. The slides is basically like the summary of the book. So some will get the slides and maybe may not have interest in the book. But I'm urging everybody to have a copy of the book that will guide you. And so what they did was that they had a course rep from each center. They mobilized and put their money together. In the course of the week, I'll give you the price of the book. I have to contact the course coordinator. They do it. So I'll contact them and then send it to you. So the center, we can look for where the people are, give it to car, and then they will send it to you individually or collectively. So that I pick it at a certain point and you are all there. So roughly by the next week, next 2 weeks, you should have, I think next week you should, if you put yourself together and do interaction on your pages, those who need the book should have them, and then you can read on that. Apart from that, myself, I'm okay, and I'll be taking you through at any time on Sunday,
Okay.
Saturday morning.
Okay,
Okay,
please,
please, anything
the price
again,
of the book,
any
the
question
cost.
or anything to try?
Please, the cost of the book.
Yes, I said I'll contact the course coordinator and then get back to you. I think the last year one was either 45 or 40 cities. It's one of them. The book doesn't exceed 50 cities. It's around 40, 45. It's not exceeding 50. All 82 books doesn't exceed 50. So you can budget around 40, 45 cities.
I think it's 40.
Sir,
Question,
please,
I said budget around so that I'll update you.
please, my question is
I get help from the last year group. Is it appropriate?
Time is up.
I think
it's time.
One is talking. So when one is talking, then we let the person finish and we move. Please, or maybe because we have other class, it will be better that. It's better that maybe you go to the platform and then you go and then ask the question there. I'll come and answer it if they are all relating to the books, so that will help all of us. So that bring the lecture to a close. So thank you all for coming, and let's see you in the chat. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Same to you.
Okay, so
Thank
members,
you.
please, can
We
we
are
create
grateful.
a one group? Because, hello, please, can we create a one group? Because the group that we are having, it is only limited to the admins, not us even ask question or make a suggestion on it. So why don't we also create a group aside that one, so that we add the masters to, if anything, they will put it on the platform. So any volunteer to do that for us?
There is a platform there's a platform for those
That platform, it is only the admin that are able
there's
to
a
put
I
it
think
on
maybe
the
platform. So I think you have to
because the message were many. That's why he did that. So maybe as time goes on.
that one is general. That one is general.
That one is general.
But we already have a general platform.
So
that
we
is
are saying that,
thematic
you know, some
geography
people
of
are doing
culture.
DS face to face. Some people are doing DS face to face. So we those that are doing ours online, why can't we also create a group so that we add our masters to it? If anything, they will put it in the
Your
group for
region
us.
group, your region, or your centers group. Each region or center.
When you go to the timetable giving, there's a group that you could join through that timetable, and it's for us for the social studies and other people to have their group. Other courses have their group. So when you go to the timetable, the group is there. You could join it, and it's one common group for everyone.
Okay, so the
every center has a separate group to social studies. So if your center has a group, just join your center one. That one you can contribute over there. It's not limited to only the administrator.
So there is a different group. If I may understand, what there is a different group aside the general page, or
exactly. As for me, I'm involved. We have our center group.
Even when you go to the timetable given to us, we have groups that you could join through the timetable.
Hello, if I'll get her right, what she's trying to say is that we should have a common group for us where we can all contribute with our coordinators or the tutors on the platform. But the common platform we have is limited to only admin. So when the admin people lock the platform, nobody can talk. But when we have a common platform, I think there we can talk and we can explain things to ourselves. Nevertheless, every center has a group. So if we are not getting that common platform, then I think try to join your center platform so that you move on from there.
So the reason why I'm bringing that concern is we cannot add the masters to all our various platforms, and he cannot also go around to be sharing slides or whatever. So if we have a common group, aside the one that we have in our centers, that one he can, when he put the slides, everybody will have access to it.
Exactly.
And it is going to help us. If you also have any question, if you have any past question that we know we can share among ourselves.
With the one on the timetable.
It's going to help us. Yes, so please, let us create a group, and it is going to help us all.
I think it's very necessary to create.
Sure, I agree to that.
Necessary to create that group.
Because the general one, it is a group to us, so why would they limit it to only that group?
Yes.
We are, people have a lot of questions to ask, but you lock the group and
But
not be able to ask questions.
there's a group that is limited to those around Kaswa. Have you seen that
So if
platform?
there is a group like that, let the main group so that we can join.
Every center has its own group. So if you say there's a group that is those around Kaswa, I don't know what you are talking about. We are just trying to say that we should create a common one so that if you are at Kaswa, wherever you are, you can join.
The general one.
Madam, please, can you help us to create that platform?
Form. And it's as we speak, it's not limited to just the admin.
Where can we get that platform?
Are you sure?
So please, can that
One
share?
One person just go ahead, create a group. You create a group, you put the link on the platform. Then we all hook out to it. That is all. You should stop agitating and then stop wasting time.
Abato now.
My second one is my join by what's Adam? Okay, yeah.
Na join them there. Was that?
Oh, number.
Join. Oh no, I could not join.
What's the sign in?
Did Google.
Yeah, Google. Then that's what we did. Awesome. J card for the other. Self too. Hey. Another one. The period. Okay, now go. Now to be limited. What's this? What's this? My you see now you will use her. I don't back. Bye. Very novel. You guys say Nana on my simple. Madam, I mean, I still mean, okay. Once you guys are 7 years. And then you link you link the band over the mouse. And I'm what they chose is a soon. No, I'm not passing. Madam, occupying your city. You can go my life. I am frustrated. You know the effort. Maintaining you. Oh, yeah, what's it? It's your own coming. So why is it that my own is not coming? Sorry. So let's listen. My own is not coming. I don't know. Go ask them, Madam. Oh, yeah. Yeah, same thing. Link me, Mama. I can link you. Then I get attacking the money. You never say. You should do what we want the horse. Come on, I got the robot saying, no, we never send money for whatever.
Yeah, many baby, I want to you. Zoom. What's it? Then you are why live film. Some private film.
It's not the idea. Say I online.
It's not the idea. I can't find it. I can't even deny a face to face. Saturday, the other one, if it's by here online to join.
That's a meeting. It's also a meeting.
It's a way install it. Who did that, Mama? I join it. Double click here. Yeah, from there. Yeah. I say instead. Yeah, man. Hey, this over password. And your boy. Obo you have a banana.
Unless there are senior issues that the person would have to obligated. And so in that case, you have to request for that. See when I that and you don't come to the anything. So I the way we join the class, I will use to talk. I am the only one who talks here and start the thing. And I don't teach continuously for 4 hours because online lectures they fix that. And long time on the screen affects concentration. So I break my classes into 1 hour 30 minutes, 1 hour, 1 hour 30 minutes, 1 hour 40 minutes, so that students would have time to withdraw from the screen and process whatever I've been taught. And I need to let you understand that. I also give short breaks in D-lessons so that students are able to reflect on what is being taught and then ask questions. So when I'm teaching, I don't want to see people asking questions what is happening. Using 3 to 5 minutes to reflect. That period is meant to go to the inside and reflect on what I've taught, consulted with that one, and then prepare some of the aspects. And I feel like it is one hundred of it. So that the class will be sound, the class will flow. I want to ask to have interactions. So if I'm talking and people want to ask questions, and you have to stop and address them, and then you come back and oh, I don't want that kind of confusion in this class. So this is how there's a thing in this class. As they say, if you go to group 1, what is that in group, right? Or you do want to learn. So if you come to economics, do what? Peter, my name is Peter. Peter ends party. can call me Peter. But if you want to call me doctor, then please use my surname and character. But I prefer to call me Peter. My phone number is there. It is not for you to call because you are 240 a moment. If anybody wants to call me, it means that I don't go to have time for anything. So please don't call me. When it's very important to speak to me, can you send me a message? So send me a message or WhatsApp message to us. And when we are doing that, just
So this is one of them. I'll send you the link.
yeah. Don't be to send me what's
Okay.
also unlimited. They are limited. And because they are limited, if you need it, find balance between your own.